peekaboo. I see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
All right, welcome to Immortal League semifinals. I am Anti. I'm joined by Cilantro, who might be a little bit preoccupied right now, but don't worry about that. What you do need to know is that Omega Yeatless versus XYZ is going to be a banger of a series. Omega Yeatless coming in, which I'm pretty confident is the first seed here. So this team has been such an absolute force going into this entirety of this league. I mean, whether it be last season or this season, Omega Yeatless has always been a team to be focused on here. And as we get into the draft here, we're going to have to see just what these teams do end up picking up. XYZ, as you can see, 3-2, very respectable team coming in at the second seed. Omega Yeatless, on the other hand, a pure 5-0. And absolutely monster house of a team. And this time we only have one King Coney. If you were around last season, you might have been seeing a little bit more than just the single King Coney, but it's been a mad fun dash towards this finish line.
Hey, maybe they're gonna bring it out for finals. Maybe the King Coney buff is just a grand finals buff that they want to save before going into this. Obviously, the Omega Yeatless team, the favorites. They have not dropped I don't think they dropped a map. And I don't think that they dropped a series. Once again, kind of a repeat of what we had last split. Anti, if you were here and you guys watched this team, they are obviously the clear favorites to win it all. I'm pulling for Team XYZ though. They're new to the league. They're new to Immortal.
Yeah.
They came out with a banger showing early on within the split, within the season, and they made it here. They made it to the semifinals. I think they can pull it off. Even I don't care if this game goes to the full 5 series. I think they could pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, Team XYZ has been an absolute monster house of a team coming in during their rookie split as far as Titan Esports goes, and they have been doing incredible, and the Skarner already going to get picked up for Team XYZ here, has the flex, whether it be in the top lane or the jungle, but I do think that blind picking Skarner in the top lane when Mordekaiser is still up would be a little bit of a faux pas, so instead I'm expecting that to be in the jungle. In the meantime, Varus and Yone going to be picked up for Omega Yeatless here, very strong AD DPS champions, which still opens up the opportunity for that magic damage jungler, for that, magic damage top laner, whether it be Rumble or not the Gwen, because Gwen's absolutely going to be picked up, but we'll have to see how things work out.
For sure. Skarner is an interesting one. I believe we saw it in a game, or at least I saw it in the Eternals finals not that long ago. And it popped off into the jungle, so I wouldn't imagine to see that one coming on out. Taliyah going to be going to the jungle for the opposite side, I'm going to be expecting, while the Yone will be thrown into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Reeve has been playing so much Taliyah over the past 2 seasons, so I'm not too surprised to see that one come on out here. Now, Leona Draven is a very, very fun bot lane to see come in here, and I gotta say, Leona Draven, right? Leona, best support on the patch. I don't care that she got nerfed. She's still disgustingly good, right? Draven, on the other hand, not something that we're that used to seeing. It's very much a comfort pick. It's very much an ego pick. It's very much something where you throw it down and you're just like, you know what? I am going to just absolutely smash this lane. So just watch me roll.
For sure. Val went to the bot side with this Varus. It's going to be not as much of a fighting bot side, much like the Draven Leona. They're going to be a little bit more powerful in that 2v2. Rel realistically wants this lane to go a little bit boring. They doesn't want much to happen, because if Rel engages with the dismount, it doesn't hit anything, then she basically can just dies to the Leona Draven engage. And even then, if she does engage, Leona can just be that counter defensive CC, and then they can still blow up either the Varus or this route. So we got Vladimir rounding out the mid lane and Kennen rounding out the top side. So not much of a front line on the side of XYZ comparatively to the Omega Yeatless team. But how are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say is, so Leona Draven, right? Not something that we're that used to seeing, but, it's something that's come up many, many times over the years. But the Kennen and the Vladimir are 2 extra picks here, which, don't get me wrong, They're good picks. They're solid in the meta, but they're far from what we're used to seeing over here. So this has been Team XYZ just falling back on comfort. And honestly, I respect the hell out of that. When you're in a playoff series and you're looking to start things off, at the very least, one, you have a bunch of games to play with, right? You have 2 games to play with, really, because it is a best of 5. But on top of that, falling back on comfort to at the very least start things off is a very, very nice way how to go about it. And be like, you know what? This is our second playoff series this time around, but it is the first time we're up against the first seeds Omega Yeatless. Why not just play what we know and love? And that is going to be a very solid team of, I'd say, relatively strong champions in the meta, but far from the top tier. We're going to play this absolutely every single game, barring Leona.
For sure. All right, nothing funny happening, no invades, nothing of that sort. So Skarner pathing towards this bot side, wants to get that Draven Leona online early, but so is Reeve on this Taliyah, on this AP jungler, is wanting to kind of match that roam to the bot side. Will it be as effective? Who knows? Because if it does go 1-for-1 in that bot lane, Draven just needs that 1 kill, gets that adoration stack online, and that's already perma better value. If he gets first blood plus a kill at those adoration stacks, I mean, that's essentially like banking 600 gold almost, and that's even going to be even more impactful than if a 1-for-1 trade can go.
Yeah, and one thing I also got to note here that's kind of interesting, Tomato Tom did end up leashing Captain Snarfles, which we don't really see leashes in the jungle this season, right? I mean, jungle is just in a very good position where you don't really need that leash. And Captain Snarfles still going to be falling behind in terms of the pacing in comparison to Reeve's, Taliyah here. And I'm honestly interested to see what this does turn into, as both of these junglers are going to be moving towards this bot lane, but it is going to be the top lane for Omega Yeatless that already has that early lead from not having to leash. And like I said, both junglers just really matching each other in terms of pacing despite that leash difference.
For sure. Skarner already going to be towards that bot side. Maybe it does not have a gank angle, though. The prio has already been picked up, and they're shoving the Omega Yeatless bot lane already underneath their turret. Definitely what we like to see. Not going to open up a gank angle, but it's definitely that prio that you expect the Draven Leona to be able to uphold and withstand. That's going to open up a gank angle for potentially Reeve. Now, I'm looking at Sloppy Joe. Is going to have a better roam angle. That AD damage shoving out the wave early on will be a little bit better than the AP Vladimir. Will he decide to go for an early roam to the top side? Maybe they decide to take a fight onto this scuttle. I think Reeve, if he wants to be able to contest for it, is going to have to ask for the mid laner to come, because the fact that the bot side can move on up to it and Skarner can pull Leona, can pull Draven, as we might have a little bit of a scuffle happening here for this one. They are going to both junglers spotting on out each other. Kiwi, Kemen, and Titan are starting to move on up. Prio, it actually does go on over to the red side. Reeve's able to pick it on up, but Snarfles can continue to keep this fight going. Is able to nearly rock toss, not able to find the kill.
Yeah, just barely not quite able to find that. In the meantime, bot lane rotations is going to get punished on out by both of the teams there. But in the meantime, mid lane, surprisingly, the early priority going over to the Vladimir means that Reeve just does not have nearly as much health going into that jungle there, has to back and has to reset immediately, will not be able to contest for that second scuttle, but you're not getting double scuttle just yet. In the meantime, just going to be the standard farming up from every single witch lane, which I gotta say, Tomato Tom going to be able to get that upper hand on King Coney here, but here comes a little bit more potential action.
Nice big shove into the rock slide. Snarfles maybe gets caught out. The Infernal Chase is not able to get the flash over the wall, but you're Skarner, so you can just go through it, so it doesn't realistically matter. But you burned out the flash on that jungler. Now, as we head into these neutral objective fights, will we have that top side prio? Will we have that mid lane prio to fight for the Void Grubs? Or even, it doesn't look like you're obtaining bot side prio, because Ratchet is following one more auto first blood, and the adoration attack's coming online for Kiwi Kemen. This Draven is going to start becoming a problem.
Yeah, and Draven Leona, a very egotistical bot lane pick here. But, I mean, that's all Draven, right? The man, the myth, the legend is ego on ego on ego, and Kiwi Kemen going to be playing perfectly to that, picking up that first blood, picking up quite a bit of gold. This should absolutely be a full-on BF sword on this back here. BF sword and boots. Draven is chesting, as RLS would say. But this champion has so much potential to just absolutely snowball this game, absolutely snowball these lanes, and that adoration just going to continue to pay dividends.
For sure. Excuse me, I feel like I had a sneeze coming there for a second.
No
but bot side now starting to push out this lane. Talia's in towards that bot side jungle too. Meanwhile, Skarner's matching and coming to the same side. Will the Draven be able to push out and gain this prio? Titan wants to potentially look for a fight. This Shattering Strike has been used. That's a crucial cooldown. Ratchet has forced to back off, and so will Barco Duck. And now we see that the Talia is kiting towards this top side. It's Captain Starfos maybe looking for a mid lane gank here. The Q3 not going to be able to find the knock up, but with this bot side prio, he feels like he has the ability to be able to go straight for this dragon started on cooldown. Will Reeve be able to get there towards these Void Grubs in time? It's going to come down to which laners have prio. Right now, the Kennen, Tomato Tom can just roam straight on down easily and just contest those Void Grubs. But it might not be alone, because Sloppy Joe, like I mentioned early on, is still having that wave prio and can come to the Void Grubs to match this Kennen, and then you're caught out in a 2v1, while Snarfos is still taking up this dragon. So Dragon goes over to XYZ, and the Void Grubs should be a clean pickup for Omega Yeatless.
Yeah, it's the same story that we've seen the entire season across all leagues, across all teams. It's just objective trade on objective trade. You get the first drag, you get the first set of grubs. Nothing too crazy going on over there, but we might see a little bit of craziness over here as Captain Snarvels coming on in for the Void Grubs. Not going to be able to tag them in time, but this Scuttle Crab is very much theirs to take here. But in the end, Reeve makes out like a bandit in the night and going to be able to take that one for himself here. In the bot lane, on the other hand, Barco Duck is honestly struggling into this Draven, which after that first blood makes a lot of sense, right? There's so much of a gold discrepancy in this bot lane right now. You have to start seeing some jungle attention. You have to start to see some solo lane attention as well if you want to shut down this Draven.
What worries me, though, is the fact that Kiwi Kemen is not having that cleanse online. If you want to go for a gank, you need to have done it already, because it's about to come back on cooldown. And honestly, with this Draven having so much gold into the pocket, I think they could 3v2. I think that they could genuinely 2v3 Reeve, Barco Duck, and Ratchet. Now, it's going to come down to the fact that, you know, Ratchet's level 6 right now. Barco Duck is just now hit level 6, so do the Chains of Corruption land? Does the Magnetic Storm land? Do we get the Seismic Shove into the Earth Slide to get that stun off? There's a lot of factors that can go down to it, but if Titan, you know, gets level 6 here soon, gets that Solar Flare, maybe stuns up 2, maybe more members, flashes forward, is going to be able to find it. The double stun, Chains of Corruption are going to get gone to Kiwi Kemen. That's already a crucial cooldown gone, so if the gank does come online, there's no ultimate for that, and Draven's still holding on to that Whirlwind Blade, so I think that they could genuinely end up 2v3ing if Reeve does come on, and that could even put this bot side of Omega Yeatless even farther behind.
Yeah, and on top of that, Kiwi Kemen also has the cleanse fully available.
Ratchet, caught out, knocked up, Zenith Blade stunned, Solar Flare comes down, so does the Magnusome, and there's another kill with the Adoration stacks.
Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at this bot lane, but the kitchen sink ends up winning out. Kiwi Kemen now so far in the lead.
Weaver's Wall only going to be able to find a knock up on the Titan. The Ignite's going to be committed and has to burn out the flash, but flashing forward is Kiwi Kemen. It's a turret shot. Will Barco Duck be able to find the trade-off? Yes, he will, but the damage has already been done. He's glad he's actually okay with dying there because the fact of so much that Barco Duck's going to miss out on. There's another cannon wave, I believe, crashing into this turret, so he's gonna miss 2.5 waves just about, and all he can respond with during that was the kill onto the Draven. Doesn't even have a shutdown, so realistically that's only 300 gold.
Yeah, no shutdown on the Draven there. And on top of that, Barco Duck going to be resetting the gold value. This is just looking better and better for Kiwi Kemen. And that fight, Cilantro, mind you, was without a Vamp Scepter, right? There was every single...
OBT at 10 minutes.
There was There was every single component for a Bloodthirster finished up by Kiwi Kemen, except for the Vampiric Scepter. It was just the longsword, it was the pickaxe, it was the BF sword, but now it's a full-on Bloodthirster. So imagine going from 3% lifesteal to 23. This is exactly what we're dealing with now, and this is what Omega Yeatless have to make a change for, and their bot lane is struggling so much right now. In the meantime, the solo lanes are doing fine. Like Slappy Joe and King Coney are not falling far behind, but it's not falling behind that you need to be looking for. You need to find a lead if you're going to be able to find some way onto this Draven.
So back to my earlier point, as you mentioned, the mid laner, as they're going in for the Flash Magnet Storm straight onto the Draven, they're willing to continue to fight this. Seismic Shot not able to lock up the Draven, continuing to get these autos off. The Solar Flare getting the stun off. The Whirlwind Blade is going to chunk Reeve to about half HP. Slappy Joe has not come down. Titan's going to go in with the Zenith Blade just to be able to be that sort of peel. And now, unfortunately, Kiwi, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. Slappy Joe able to pick up that kill, and we get to the point I was just about to mention, Anti. You technically have a lead. Why? You have got Taliyah, Varus, Rell, and then Slappy Joe, who has picked up 2 plates and now a kill on this Yone, whereas the Vladimir has not picked up, has not had any sort of gold response in that sort of manner. This Yone is realistically how you're going to win the game. How? Ratchet gets an engage like that straight onto Draven, who only has 1 cleanse against 4 forms of CC. Slappy Joe just goes through the entire team with the Fate Sealed and assassinates Draven.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be a battle of carry versus carry, but one side of those has the Yone doing a full-on one-man band performance here, and the other side has the Kennen ultimate and Impale that you have to be walking through. And Slicing Maelstrom and Impale are not easy things to just walk on past, and Kiwi Kemen does have quite a bit of survivability on the Draven, so it's really just going to be a matter of, does the crazy flank from Slappy Joe come on through, or in the end, are Team XYZ going to be able to protect this Draven? Are they going to be able to, raise the puppy? And in the end, I don't know. Kiwi Kemen is doing so well on this Draven. It's a comfort pick, it's an ego pick, but it has been working out tremendously for this team.
Yeah, but we know how good Omega Yeatless is, and Anti, we haven't brought it up yet. They're not unbeknownst to being at this point in the game. When have we ever known Omega Yeatless to have an early game advantage? They have always been a comeback team as Titan's going to get engaged spawn. That's the Weaver's Wall. It's going to cut off this Draven. Now they're caught out in a 2v1 on the opposite side of the wall. Titan gets Seismic Shove on in, gets stunned up, but nothing realistic is able to come out of it. The Whirlwind Blade not going to find a kill or an execution just yet either. And this is going to have to be a back off, somewhat more of a counter dive, counter engage happening. Meanwhile, look at Slappy Joe about to get a full-on turret on this Yone. Like you mentioned, it's about to be carry v carry. You're putting so much into the bot side, but your mid laner, arguably a late games carry champion, it needs a little bit more gold too. Engage coming straight on out. Seismic Shot not able to find a stun off, but they are able to find the Draven. Can they clean up the kill into Titan too? Yes, they can. Giving that one on over to Reeve, and now they're starting to fight back. There's that jungle presence you were looking for.
Yeah, exactly what the doctor ordered there, as Barco Duck going to be pretty dang happy about being able to shut down Kiwi Kemen and Titan, and more gold and more power to the rest of this Omega Yeatless squad. But look at this fight in the mid lane.
Trying to find Cap. The W lands. The Q does not. The heal on this Vladimir will be enough to help him kite on out, but will Slappy Joe have enough heal? No, you will not. Captain Starfall is able to clean up that kill. Now we got Rift Herald on the map. You got mid lane, quote-unquote, prio. You're losing out on turret, but the enemy mid laner is dead. Does have TP, though. Will be up in about 24 seconds if they decide to contest for this. Ratchet has already moved on up. Reeve is up there, too, into the top side. King Coney trying to find that prio onto this Kennen. You can keep this Slicing Maelstrom out of the fight. You could potentially win this 4v3 that is about to come down in the mid lane as the Kennen is forced to take a recall.
Yeah, and one thing I also got to note, right? So Kennen and Aatrox going toe-to-toe again and again in this lane here, but there's so much defensive items being picked up by King Coney in order to just not get bursted out by the Kennen. But it's not just for the Kennen, right? I mean, never mind.
into the Whirlwind Blade, and Starforce comes in from the back line. He's going to get the impale onto Reeve as well. Tries to flash away, but is unfortunately not going to be able to find it. Ratchet comes on down. He's got that Magnet Storm, but unfortunately his entire team was already dead before it could realistically matter. Is caught between the entirety team of Team XYZ and needs to retreat to the turret. The dismount's going to be able to help find his way on out. Finds Shattering Strike 2 onto Capt, but the Rift Herald will be claimed for XYZ. They're getting these objectives. They're finding the team fight angle wins. They're looking pretty solid.
Fool that I am, that I thought that I could get some analysis done in an Omega Yeatless game, whether it be in Omega Yeatless favor or against them. There's always going to be action across the map somehow, because the team always wants to make something happen. But this time around, it's Team XYZ who get the upper hand, who get that first kill in there and that first time to pull the trigger. I mean, Solar Flare onto 2 from Titan was glorious, and followed up with the double impale on top of that is just so good. But moving into this mid game here, those extra kills, that extra tower gold from the Rift Herald as it does come in is going to be really nice for Team XYZ. But you have to remember, Omega Yeatless have a very strong team fight composition, but on top of that, it's not just a team fight composition. They have a very strong history of playing out these team fights from behind, of getting those crazy flanks, getting those crazy opportunities. Dragon is going to be up in a minute. We're going to have ultimates available for every single member of both teams. So right now, the biggest question is, what exactly are you going to be able to do in terms of taking out this dragon? There's no teleport
in the bot side, and they're going to be able to find Tomato Tom. Omega Yeatless finding an angle to potentially shut down this dragon fighting. They move the cannon to the bot side because it does not have TP. I think this is a perfect play response coming out of Omega Yeatless. Drop the Rift Herald mid, get a mid tier 1, give up this dragon. Why? Because King Coney on the top side also still has TP. Impale onto Reeve. Magnet Storm's going to be able to help find 2 though. Look at the kiting from Kiwi Kemen, able to find the enemy jungler that can continue to fight this up. Fate Sealed is going to be able to find the stun off with the Solar Flare. The Whirlwind Blade's going to be able to come down too, but the Unbound Soul's going to pull him straight on back. Ratchet has got to be careful. Rock Toss has to flash it away, and there's the TP out of the Aatrox. Like I was mentioning, Captain Starf was forced to flash on out over the wall, but is going to get chased down by those Infernal Chains. Is going to pull him straight on back into the World Ender, who finds the shutdown.
Yeah, and King Coney, with that teleport advantage, going to be able to do so much work for his team there. It all started off with another classic Schrodinger's catch onto Reeve there, but instead it is Team XYZ who is dead in the box, as the dragon is also looking to go down here. Slicing Maelstrom available for Tomato Tom, but no angle into this dragon is available for the cannon. So this is clearly going to be an Omega Yeatless dragon. There's no attempts at a contest from Team XYZ. In the meantime, Slappy Joe might be in a little bit of trouble in that top side.
Yeah, quite possible. As no, he finds it.
What?
I don't
okay.
I don't even know what to say. Titan, can you even catch this man? Is it possible? I don't even know what to say.
There was a part of me that thought I think Slappy Joe was actually trying to get the catch there, but in the meantime, Barco Duck is in
Starfall's gotta be careful. Reeve comes in too, still has the Cyber Shops, gonna be able to find the stun off. Barco Duck is landing the autos. This is the Omega Yeatless team we have seen time and time again. Going forward with the Proto Belt though, Tomato Tom with the Slicing Maelstrom is gonna be able to trade it out 1-4-1. Solar Flare comes straight on down to Reeve on this Talia too. They're trying to trade out another kill into the jungle. Double kill for this Kennen. Minimum, so they at least find a responsive angle. Meanwhile, look at the bot side. King Coney is just split pushing like a menace, and top side Sloppy Joe is able to find that top tier 1. Coney forced to back on off. He's got to be aware that Titan is roaming around. Kennen can potentially move to this bot side too if they realistically want to commit to killing this Aatrox, but they're going to let him snack on right by.
Yeah, I mean, King Coney just continuing on the split push. Really not so much going on for this Aatrox. A relatively uneventful game outside of the teleport plays. And in the meantime, Slappy Joe has pretty quietly built himself quite a bit of a lead. We literally saw that 2v1 in the top lane, almost a 3v1 there. There was a half of me that was expecting Slappy Joe to take the Zenith Blade and then just take the Fate Sealed straight on back under tower and then just try to fight Leona under there. But in the meantime, we're getting more action.
Yeah, Ratchet goes in with the Magnesaurus, able to pull in two. Here comes Tomato Tom. Does get stunned up by the Shattering Strike, though, and ends up following two Kiwi Kemen throughout all that, and that could open up a Baron on spawn angle for the side of Team XYZ. Help them solidify this gold lead. Fighting has been happening non-stop. It feels like they have Objective Cryo as an impale straight onto these Yones. Gonna be able to find the shutdown, and they kill off and give that over to the Kennen. Tomato Tom picking up that is absolutely phenomenal. They have enough damage, though, with this Draven and with this Vladimir to be able to get this Baron on spawn. This gold lead may potentially finally swing into XYZ's favor. Something we've always seen out of Omega Yeatless. They look down, they look behind, and next thing you know, you look at your map, all your turrets are gone, and they still have a gold lead even though you're up 3 objectives and 10 kills. But now this Baron can potentially shut that entire playstyle down.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead does go over to Team XYZ. The Baron goes over to Team XYZ. And on top of that, more and more of these towers are going to be going down for XYZ there. XYZ is up almost 1,000 gold with 1 tower taken to Omega Yeatless 3. And now with these towers standing on the map, all of this standing gold, they are absolutely going to be looking for that, but you cannot be doing it alone. As you can see, Omega Yeatless already postured to protect, postured to defend their towers from anyone who tries to come on in, but on the latter half of the map, right? It's not going to be about the frontal protection for these towers alone, because you don't just want to take the team fight into the team that's going to be ahead of you in gold, in effectiveness, in dragons, in Baron, in teammates. But right now, they don't have a lead in teammates.
That's kept coming on in on this Vladimir Sword, able to find 2. The Weaver's Wall's going to be able to help disconnect, but everyone is already on the opposite side. King Coney has to go into the world. Ender trying to fight back. Slice Mistress is going to be able to end the knock-up, and the Infernal Chains onto Chitin are able to find the trade-off. So far, it's a 1-for-nothing trade-out. Ratchet is dropped down to about a quarter of HP. He's got to be careful. The World Ender's able to find 2. Captain Starvo's going to put him back on in against the wall. King Coney's still fighting this, still keeping it on up. It's going to fall down to Kepto. Barco Duck gets slowed up by the Rock Toss. Has to use the cleanse just to be able to get on out. It's a full-on brawl into the bot side before the dragon has even spawned.
Look at Slappy.
XYZ, they're able to find that turret. Slappy, in the meantime, is going to be able to find a top side tier 2. And Kept has to take a recall, has to be able to respond, has to push this Yone on out. But it should be Soul Point free for the taking for this team of XYZ. Phenomenal showing from them in game number 1.
Phenomenal showing from Team XYZ in terms of the team fights, in terms of the plays, but once again, Omega Yeatless showing us exactly why they're the first seed coming in here. It's always been their macro. So much of the time, this team is behind after laning phase, and it's not because, you know, oh, we're just going to be, you know, looking at macro only and just deserting our laning phase. A lot of it is going to be set up, but look right here. Let's look at this fight one more time. It's the teleport in from the Vladimir. Solar Flare going to be able to stun up King Coney, and the ultimate from Vlad only hits 2. Hemoplague doesn't do so much. The Slicing Maelstrom is picked up after the Hemoplague falls off, so it doesn't quite do as much damage as it could. And King Coney, able to free hit again and again, gets a huge shutdown on to the cannon here. Eventually does fall, but what looked like a terrible 3v5 and eventually going to work out, but another fight.
We just cut to a 3-man impale, but it's not going to find much as King Coney is fighting back too. Draven able to trade out at least 1-for-1 and continue to fight this Kiwi Kemen, going back and forth, flashes on in, gets the last auto attack straight onto King Coney, onto the Aatrox. He ended his world. Now Sloppy Joe maybe next onto the target list. It's Draven against the world. It's his league, and we're just playing it, but they're going to go ahead and move towards this dragon. Sloppy Joe and Barco Duck have more than enough damage to be able to stop this. Kiwi Kemen, what can you do? Do you contest this? Do you fight for this? You have PT. You have 3 items you could look for it, but instead is going to opt not to go for the 2v1.
Yeah, and I think that is a very, very good call. Opting for the 2v1 into 2 of the most fed members on the team is
actually happened
here. But look at this, right? Solar Flare onto 2, huge impale, but the knockup on top of that means that there wasn't so much recovery from the side of Team XYZ, and the Slicing Maelstrom goes crazy, but is still only onto the frontliners. King Coney eventually going to be going down to Kiwi Kemen, but Slappy Joe and Barco Duck able to free hit for so long. They're able to survive for a huge amount of that fight and put out constant damage.
Yeah, this Omega Yeatless is far from behind in this game. In fact, I would argue that they're winning the game, even though it might look like XYZ. Why? Because Slappy Joe and King Coney are putting in the work. Obviously, Barco Ducks is there to be able to land that CC, go for the cleanup kills. As the one ender's going to be able to come out on Tomatoes on the Weavers wall. It's going to be able to get the disengage taken away as Captain Starforce comes on over the wall with the damage. It's already been done. Impale onto King Coney, into the Solar Flare. Do they have enough, though? The healing! It's absurd already on this Aatrox, but they are able to find the kill off, though. Now, nothing's on the map, though. A minute until this Baron. They're going to continue on to Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe's able to find the kill onto Cap. Fate sealed into the back line. Is unable to lock up Kiwi Kemen and has to use the Unbound Soul to be able to get it on out. Ratchet's able to get the knock up straight on Titan, whose Zenith Blade's going to go completely wide, and Captain Starforce is going to be the next hit target. Flashing out of Sloppy Joe, trying not to give a shutdown over to Kiwi Kemen, who's currently 1v3ing at the moment. And unfortunately, Barco Duck has shut him down.
Yeah, and just like that, the ace finally goes through. Kiwi Kevin taken down in the end. It was Draven versus the world, and Draven not going to come out on top. This is not the League of Draven. This is the League of Omega Yeatless, as they're continually coming on top with a very, very close amount of gold here. But as long as they're the ones pulling the trigger, it gets so difficult for Team XYZ to come back here. Watch this. The Slicing Maelstrom, the Impale, and even the Solar Flare all dropped onto King Coney. He finally goes down, but on the back line, it is going to be the Vladimir getting absolutely blown up here. Slappy Joe came in right at the end, able to consistently threaten so many members of Team XYZ here, and now goes forward, almost goes down to Kiwi Kevin, but flashes out, able to rely on the team. And Barco Duck and Reeve together just put out way too much damage for Draven to deal with.
Yeah, this Valorous is starting to become a problem. And, I mean, this Aatrox and Yone were already a problem. They're just becoming more of a problem. You have anti-heal, you've got that Bramble Vest, you've got that Oblivion Orb, but is it going to be enough? You have to do all that and CC this Aatrox for 10 seconds just to be able to kill him. That's more than enough time for Barco to just be like, okay, I can just free hit everybody and everything, and nothing can realistically stop me. As XYZ is going to go ahead and start up this Baron, looking for a potential flip. It has been spotted up by Ratchet. Sloppy Joe has a little bit of a flank angle. Look at where he's coming from. Fate Sealed is going to be online.
Fight starting.
Starfall's going on in. TP coming on down. That's Ken and Tomato Tom coming in with the Slicing Maelstrom. Stun up onto Ratchet. Okay, it's a 5v4 now. Aatrox is pushing out the bot side. They're taking advantage of this. King Coney can TP on in, but wants to threaten this tier 2, wants to threaten the base. Go with that classic NA trade. You take the Baron, I take your base. Sloppy Joe, maybe caught out against Kept here, though, is taking the 1v1, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a 1v1 for long. Starforce comes in on over the wall, gets the rock, lands the toss, gets the slowdown. Titan coming on in, is not going to find the Zenith Blade, as the Fate Seal is going to help him get on out and escape. Meanwhile, King Coney, nobody is recalled. Nobody has responded to him. Not only are they going to take a bot side tier 2, but because everyone is responding to this, they get a mid side tier 2. They got a bot side force into the inhibitor as well. This macro play from Omega Yeatless, how do we stop it?
Yeah, I mean, every single time a play starts and ends, every single one of them, they all end with the classic line, meanwhile, and something else is happening.
That's a two-man impale. Captain's coming on in, forces the flash out of Barco. Duck is continuing to pile in on these autos. King Coney's coming on in. One ender's going to be able to come down. Lands the Q3, gets the kill into the enemy jungler. Is going to continue the fight onto Titan and Kiwi Kevin, who are forced to retreat out. They're fighting desperately for their lives. If they die here, it could spell GG. It could spell disaster because the Baron has been picked up. Is Zenith Blade going on in? The Mega Magnet Storm comes on down with the Slicing Maelstrom, trying to get the CC, trying to get the combos in. As Kiwi Kevin finds a shutdown onto Sloppy Joe. Will be able to find two. Yep, it's going to be a double kill for this Draven. Two picked up for your 80 carry, who's arguably keeping you alive in this game. You killed off two Baron pushes. Meanwhile, Reeve gets a seismic shove. Barco Duck able to go dominating right now and needs to try and retreat away. No flash, no cleanse, no nothing on this 80 carry. Finds the shutdown is Kiwi Kevin. That's 3 for him in this fight. They're going to continue to barrel this on down through the mid lane too. Unfortunately, will not be able to find King Coney, but they might be able to find a game-ending angle themselves. Reeve is going to get spotted out here. Should be CC'd on up. Don't know why you stuck around, honestly. You just give Kiwi Kevin another kill. I believe 4 were picked up in that fighting instance, and they're going to take their Soul Point Dragon finally.
Yeah, and this time around, this is the first time that we're not going to be able to say meanwhile immediately after one of these fights. Is Team XYZ's strategy has just been, what if we just win every fight? And Omega Yeatless says, all right, that's cool, but we'll be doing something on the side. So now forcing all of Omega Yeatless together, forcing Omega Yeatless to fight for that Baron turns into an absolute disaster for Omega Yeatless as they're not able to make use of their macro. And Team XYZ now not quite with the gold lead, but very much a huge amount of damage on their Draven, on Kiwi Kemen here. And we're going to get even more strength onto this Draven. As long as the Draven can stay alive, it's going to get worse and worse for Omega Yeatless as the game goes on. But you also got to note how tanky these members are getting. That is a full-on, oh my god, that is a technically half tank Varus there, as once the Terminus comes on through, Barco Duck is going to be unbelievably tanky and so hard to kill.
Oh, sure. Something we haven't really talked about, though, Anti, is this Vladimir. And honestly, I don't know if we're going to have a chance to talk about it. Barco Duck looking for the engage on the Kep. The Chains of Corruption going to end up going wide. That could be an engage angle coming on out, though. Solar Flare onto King Coney. In comes Captain Starfos, lands the Impale, and pulls him to the rest of the squad. Cap is able to clean up that kill. And now you're on the back foot, Omega Yeatless. Reeve is in the mid lane, pushing out. Maybe looking for a flanking Weaver's Wall. He's playing the stall time angle. Whirlwind Blade not able to find anything. He wants them all to chase him, just so that he could just do that and escape. He's buying so much time for
the teleport from Kept.
Yeah, coming on in. Ratchet's back onto the map. We got about 25 seconds until King Coney will be, and we'll have that World Ender online. What can XYZ do before this Omega Yeatless is back up to full strength?
Yeah, it's a big question, because if you look at that gold difference there, Omega Yeatless still have the gold lead, but once again, so much of it is kept in these towers, kept in this, ability to just hold on to that macro lead. And so Omega Yeatless always looking to play that macro game here. But in the meantime, Team XYZ have all of that gold poured into this Draven. I am certain that 90% of the top side lead is in the Draven.
Maelstrom comes down. Ratchet and Barco Duck, you're caught out. You're gotta disengage, but you can't. Sloppy Joe goes in with the Fate Seal. Is gonna find his Fate Seal. At the World Ender, King Coney is still fighting this. They could potentially turn this around. It's possible. It's Aatrox against the world, and he's the one who ends it, but his might end up falling. Kiwi Kemen did end up dying. Infernal Chainsaw to Titan. He gets the kill off. Starfos eating the turret shots, but nothing more really is able to come out on top of this. But I don't think they have the damage to end the game. You got Captain Starfos. You do have respawn timers. Is it going to be enough? Can they end the game? They got 5 Void Mites, or they've only got the 3 Void Mites. They have no Baron buff, and you got about 15 seconds until Barco Deck comes back online with Reeve. I feel like you just take this inhibitor and leave. I don't think that they can end.
Yeah, I don't quite think that they're going to be able to end, but they should be able to get 1 Nexus Tower, might even shoot for 2, but instead, go ahead and take the 100% play, just take what you can and make do with what you have here. But let's look at this fight one more time as Team XYZ pulling the trigger. Tomato Tom going in with the Selecting Maelstrom, combos it properly with the Hemo Plague, and it's so much damage onto the backline. And we're backline trading for backline trading as King Coney and Slappy Joe are just going straight onto Kiwi Kemen. The Draven does go down, but there's just not enough damage left after the backline trades, as the Chemomancer Vladimir is going to stay alive throughout this fight. Kept just able to put out the damage on the side, and King Coney for a second there almost had us believing in the miracle, but Team XYZ gonna put an end to that one and make sure that the magic show is over.
100%. Baron back online here in the next 30 seconds, but so is the Dragon. Hextech Soul is going to be online. Maybe Sloppy Joe, though, caught out. Glance to Q3. Starfrost comes out over the wall, and that is a weird interaction I've never seen before. But I guess you can cancel the Fate Seal if you just pick him up and drag him. Yeah, that's a funny interaction that ends up happening there. Meanwhile, mid lane is potentially about to find themselves in a little bit of a pinched angle. Ratchet looking for that engage, looking for that Magnet Storm, but so's Tomato Tom. Zenith Blade's gonna go down, stun straight on up into. It gets knocked away from trying to engage with the W. King Coney, trying to find an angle into the back line. Inferno Chain's coming in on Kiwi. He's already been able to find the enemy support. Solar Flare's gonna go wide as it actually ends up getting the kill off. Marco Duck is caught between the rest of the squad of XYZ, and they're all just falling left, right, and center. The Unbound Soul is not gonna save you here today, and now it's about time. XYZ found their game-winning angle. TP on in is going to be kept just to be able to start hitting that Nexus turret. And XYZ, I'm a believer. I don't know if anyone else is, but they're gonna go up 1-0 in this series, and with a potential upset on the Omega Yeet list.
Yes, and Omega Yeetless falling for game number 1, and we have not seen this since last season, where Omega Yeetless did not drop a game until Grand Finals. Team XYZ in the rookie split in Titan Esports are going to put themselves in a position where almost no teams have found themselves before. I'm almost certain that Omega Yeetless didn't drop game number 1 in the Grand Finals last time around. Instead, it just turned into, you know, they dropped a game in the series eventually. So Team XYZ now forcing Omega Yeetless to play this series out from behind with their superior team fighting, with so much of the golden damage pushed onto this Draven. Kiwi Kevin almost certainly not going to get a chance to play that one again. It was team fight on team fight and team fight, and while Omega Yeetless had a lead in gold for so much of the time due to so much control with all of that macro play, sometimes when your opponents have fat enough wallets, you just can't rely on that one, as the team fight kings come on through. Team XYZ coming out on top, and that was only game number 1, so make sure to stick around to see what we have for game number 2.
There's no time for regrets, but I
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
welcome back. We're here with me introing this time around. I was not totally not preoccupied playing League of Legends last time.
League of Legends?
That should just prove to you that I'm dedicated to the grind. You know what else I'm dedicated to? Draft number 2. And my team, Team XYZ, I'll say, I don't care. Flame me in chat. I'm rooting for Team XYZ, and I'll show the bias. So they are up 1-0 in this series, looking to ride the momentum into game number 2. Now, we know Omega Yeatless to play from behind in game and still fight back with their macro, and then they push that into the team fighting, and they all of a sudden slap you with your wallets when you think that you're winning the game. Do they have that momentum to come back when losing a series? Because we've only ever seen it one time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, right? I mean, Omega Yeatless now on the back foot here, a position where we have not seen them in this position for a long as hell time here. And now, as we move on to game number 2 in the series, my big question is, what are we going to see different in the draft? Does the Draven stay up? Do you have another plan over here to deal with these Exodia push R compositions, right? I mean, there's so much just focused on the Wombo combo from Team XYZ, and Omega Yeatless was doing a great job of getting those split pushes down, but sometimes when the enemy team pulls the trigger, your team doesn't have enough disengage to really deal with that in response. And honestly, there's only so many ways how you can find a way how to change things up in that draft enough, and one of the things that could always help you out, pro comps.
Yeah, you know, I love pro comps because it tells me how good Draven is at the video. No, I'm kidding. So pro comps is a free virtual assistant, not like Siri, unfortunately, a little less annoying. So what it does is it takes the meta and kind of will psychoanalyze it compared to your draft picks, and will tell you how you should be playing your draft picks against the enemy composition. If you're playing a split champion, it will tell you where you should be looking for your splits, where you can win 1v1s against your laner. Maybe you need to wait for level 6 to hit a power spike. It can do that. It's also free to install, goes through the Overwolf client. So if you already have something like Blitz, uninstall that piece of and download pro comps through the Overwolf client, and you will be able to use it for free and help you level up your draft game.
Yeah, I mean, for completely free, what a steal, right? But right now, what we need to see is a steal back of the momentum from Omega Yeatless as Team XYZ are going to continue with their standard bans here. And I gotta say, Team XYZ brought on a composition that, honestly, if you close my eyes and said, all right, which one of these teams is which one of the teams here, I would have expected Team XYZ's team composition to be from Omega Yeatless. Not because these are champions that these players really love to play, but because Omega Yeatless usually is the team that's willing to bring out these kind of crazy picks, right? Not necessarily the super ultra meta sort of stuff. Just try to see and know what does happen, you know, throw everything at the wall, see what sticks. But in the meantime, Draven and Skarn are going to get taken out, as well as the Senna here. So Team XYZ not going to have a few of their power picks from that last game here, as Omega Yeatless obviously not having it with those.
Okay, we left Rumble on the table. Okay, it is going to be Tomato Tom whipping out another Hyper AP late game carry champion. Should have a little bit better results than the Kennen this time around, hopefully, because of just how impactful Rumble is. And now Omega Yeatless are going to be opting back into this Varus. I mean, it wasn't really broke last time. You were just going up against a Draven who got first blood. Yeah. So, yeah.
Thresh?
Varus Thresh is very interesting.
So the thing about Varus Thresh here is that Thresh, one of those champions that really does it all, right? Has engage, has disengage, has so many ways how to save his AD carry, but on top of that, set things up for the team here. So if you need disengage, Thresh, pretty dang solid at that. But if you need to ignore disengage opportunities at all, why not pick up the Blitzcrank for Titan here. And Maokai gonna get taken away. Not only is gonna be a removal of the potential extra disengage on Omega Yeatless, on top of that, the Nature's Grasp follow-up into the Equalizer is absolutely insane. And once again, we're getting another Wombo Combo Exodia Press R composition out of Team XYZ here. And Omega Yeatless see what's being created and say, all right, let's just take a few more of these champions off the table. I don't want to deal with Misfortune. I wouldn't be surprised if they also take the Vladimir off here, but it's just going to be so difficult for Omega Yeatless to take away all possibilities of the 5-man push R composition, because there's only so many bands and so many champions.
Yeah, Sivir makes sense. They want to take away a late game scaling 80 carry that can combo pretty well with Blitzcrank, and Sivir is definitely one of those. The Blitzcrank really just throws me for a loop. I've got to tell you, who are you going to hook out of these 4 champions? Because you don't want to hook any of them. You want to hook the Varus, right? You want to. How the hell are you going to? There's Sett, Udyr, and Thresh standing in front of him. So it's kind of a little confusing to me. But I guess that they're going to go for this Sett. Renekton into Sett. Sett blind is a little interesting. So they're going to pick up the Renekton over there. That's probably Renekton mid, I would want to say, unless it's a Rumble mid and Renekton top against Sett.
It might as well be a Rumble mid here, but I gotta say, right, so Renekton does particularly good into Sett, but Sett has a lot of trouble with the Blitzcrank, right? That's my biggest concern here, because anytime that Sett gets hooked into the enemy team, usually with every other champ, if it's like Pyke or Thresh or Nautilus, you're like, oh yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to hit Haymaker, and all of you are going to die. But on top of that, it's going to be impossible to kill me before that comes out, because I've got a huge as hell shield. Now, you have 2 champions with the Renekton, with the Blitzcrank, that are going to be able to instantly remove that shield if played properly. So, King Coney has to be very careful on this Sett pick here. But, interestingly enough, Slappy Joe on the Vladimir as the final R5 pick, and I'm particularly interested to see where this does go, because Vladimir, not a champion that we've seen so much focus on, but game number 2, we're getting the 5-man invade, and on the other side of the map, it is going to be Omega Yeatless just gonna chill, just gonna stack up for that invade, and not wanting to deal with it in the slightest.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm surprised we don't really have a lane swap here, because, I mean, I feel like putting the Rumble against the Vladimir would be, I don't know, actually. I don't know if I would or would not lane swap this, because I don't know how good Rumble is into Sett. I'm assuming that Renekton's really good. I'm assuming Renekton's really good in the Sett. But I don't know which is better into the Vladimir. So it's like, go for some sort of like a swap of these champions and put someone at a disadvantage. I think that like the main reason they keep the Renekton there is because it's lifesteal v healing. So it's like kind of the same.
What I will say is that Renekton for a long time was a very standard pick in terms of dealing with these mage mid laners, because he can take poke after poke after poke. You just take the Doran's shield and you have Revitalize and Second Wind, and you're going to be doing fine into these mages. So Renekton does fine into Vladimir. He doesn't win against Vladimir, but he doesn't suffer. Rumble, on the other hand, doesn't really have the range to deal with Vladimir, and so much of Rumble's advantage as a champion comes from the ability to consistently poke down the enemy laner while not having any mana to deal with. And Vladimir just deals away with so much of those advantages, right? I mean, no mana on Vlad, always going to be able to heal up. It's just very, very difficult to really poke Vlad out there. So in the meantime, I do think that the Renekton and Rumble both doing all right into Sett and Vladimir until the team fighting comes around is exactly where XYZ want to be.
I agree. Meanwhile, the Udyr is a little bit slow on the clear so far. Maokai already towards this top side, and Udyr hasn't even made it to the bot side. Kind of a little bit of a disadvantage as you go for that Raptor start, but meanwhile he's looking for the invade, knows that the Maokai should be towards his top side now around. Starfall should clear up this wolf, does have to smite it away. Reeve can win out this 1v1, but maybe not if Kept comes just lingering around the corner. Set and Rumble are deciding to get in on this and try and join the fight and make it a 4v2 potentially, as Kept gets that stun off onto Reeve, slice and dice on through. Tomato Tom goes in with the flame spitter, forces the flash out of Reeve. The harpoon doesn't connect, first blood goes on over, it's at least traded out 1-for-1. Kept gotta be careful though. There's the W coming out from King Coney. Starfalls is just a desperate last measure engage. 3 kills and a first blood onto the Vladimir, picked up for Omega Yeatless.
Reeve coming on in, super ballsy play, just gonna take away the wolf, and it starts off a huge fight in that top lane. 2 kills over to Slappy Joe, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal, and a fully picked up needlessly large rod. And this is a needlessly large lead for the side of Omega Yeatless. I mean, this team usually ends up having to play from behind, usually ends up just playing to the macro. But this time around, they said, hey, what if we just won? Right? And bot lane also going to be winning out. Like, what in the hell happened in between these 2 games? It's like Omega Yeatless just sat down and said, you know what? We lost game 1. We're already not going to have to deal with the pressure of keeping our perfect season alive. What if we just win?
Yeah, I think this is an Omega Yeatless-esque response if I've ever seen one. They've been getting prio all across the map already. It's absolutely disgusting what we are witnessing here today. Sloppy Joe, gotta be careful though. Reeve is there for a little bit of appeal. There's a sapling in that bush.
Oh,
there's a... Oh,
that was close. Honestly, I think Slappy hitting W was possibly the worst ability choice, but it works out. It's fine. And with the red buff healing, still gonna be able to stay alive.
I don't like this. I don't like him sticking around here. I think that it's a little risky. He's definitely limit testing, possibly. As Reeve gets hooked up, the Thresh roaming up, trying to get that prio for those Void Guards. Captain Starfall drops to about 1/4 of HP. He's just going to be able to get on out nearly as the Blitzcrank's able to land a hook. Ratchet goes on across, gets the last auto attack straight on to the jungler. She's not able to disengage. Sloppy Joe finds another kill. Give this one to him too. Yes, they will. A double kill. And he's going to have full Dark Seal stacks now at 5 minutes.
Oh my god, 9 stacks of Dark Seal, 5.5 minutes into the game. It might actually be over. One of the strongest team fighting champions in this game, Vladimir, just so far ahead early on, and in the meantime, 7-1, less than 7 minutes into the game here. Omega Yeatless, very unhappy with game number 1, it seems.
Honestly, how game number 1 went, I wouldn't be too particularly happy either. He's rushing Rabadons as well. He is full committed to rushing Rabadon.
That's fine.
If this
that makes sense.
I don't disagree with it, but I'm just saying if this Vladimir shows up to any fight in the early game, it's going to be spelling disaster. It's going to be spelling Joe versus King Coney. It's just going to continue to bland those haymakers. Hit him with the 1-2 Yuji Itadori cosplay, going straight on into Captain Starfall's and Tomato Tom's face there, looking to claim up these Void Grubs. Now, Starfall supposed to go for the smite, not able to find one. Cap goes for the engage. Meanwhile, bot side, Titan is going to find their life has been snuffed out from under them, takes a lantern. The hook not going to be able to find much either. Now it's going to be a 3v2 on these Void Grubs. Reeve, Sloppy Joe goes unstoppable 5-0 now on this Vladimir. Definitely has full 10 Dark Seal stacks too. They pick up 3 Void Grubs as well. And, I mean, we're only 7 minutes into the game, and there's 11 kills. A Sloppy Joe that's about to have Rabadons before 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're not
I don't know.
10 minutes into the game. This is 7 minutes in and a 5,000 gold lead for Omega Yeatless, Cilantro. I cannot believe this team just coming together like this. And what in the hell? Another kill going over to Reeve there, as it's just constant trading on trading. But the only trades that are happening are leaving Omega Yeatless on top. I
don't know what to say. I mean, this team is They're showing why they're the #1 seed in the entirety of Titan. They are the favorites to win the entire thing. They are the defending champions.
How much gold is Slappy Joe standing on? If he comes back,
Press X.
if he farms up to 1250,
He's 200 off. He's 200 off.
If he farms up to 1250, he could get a Rabadon's first item, but I have got to see the full-on Medjai's first item. It has to happen.
No.
It's the best possible decision here.
No, we do not go Cursed Book. No.
We go Cursed Book. We always go Cursed Book here.
The game is in your hands. You cannot lock the Cursed Book. The game is in your hands. You can't go Cursed Book. That's like...
You have to do it.
They're gonna lose if he does it.
Do it for the Vine, Cilantro. Anyway.
He's just mauling at Kept for the Vine right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's just so little that Team XYZ have that they can do here because, I mean, mid lane, it is Renekton. You're falling farther and further behind on a champion that really doesn't scale the greatest, especially in a game where the squishiest member of the team is going to go tank. Like, Barco Duck is eventually going to be picking up a very tanky Varus. It's really not going to be that high value in terms of this Renekton pick here. But in the meantime, Slappy Joe just continually doing so much damage and getting tankier and tankier on that Vladimir.
100%. Meanwhile, topside, haven't realistically talked about it too much here. Look at King Coney. Already has that Tiamat finished. Is just trying to play for that heavy wave pushing prio. Knows that Tomato Tom is AP scaling, has that Haunting Geizens.
No,
doesn't really want to fight.
Coward.
He doesn't need to fight, right? He doesn't want to. He doesn't need to fight. If there's an opportunity for it, if maybe Reed comes on up to the top side, they see a gank opportunity, they can go for it. But King, excuse me, King Coney. Oh my God.
Oh,
King Coney.
Cilantro, Curse of the Pharaoh here. I mean, in the meantime, Slappy Joe, unfortunately, going to be picking up the Rabadon's Death Cap, which, good item and good gank coming in down here.
Titan lands the hook straight onto the... That's a good flail. Ratchet's able to get that kill off. And so far, it's a 1-for-no. Make it 2-for-1 trade-off as they're only able to find Ratchet. Barco Duck, no Chains of Corruption sitting in the back pocket. Starpulse is eating turret shots. Kiwi Kevin now is eating auto attacks. And the Q, will it be up? Does he decide to go for it? Nah, he's not too greedy. He gets what was delivered to him, and he's just going to finish the wave.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, Barco Duck still has barrier. In the meantime, Reeve has flash available, knows that the cleanse is still available from Kiwi Kemen though, so not going to be going too crazy on that one. In the meantime, mid lane is suffering. Like, this is the snapshot of what I would consider suffering as a mid laner here, as there is another kill going down to the side of Omega Yeatless, and no barrier available for the Varus, but no kill threat either. I doubt that we're going to be seeing something coming in from Titan here, as Captain Snarfles, actually, never mind, immediately turned into a liar. Who cares? As Titan going to take that one down in response, but the first turret at less than 12 minutes. Teleport just came off of Teleport just got unleashed, but oh my God, Omega Yeatless have been unleashed far earlier into this game.
King Coney found a kill on the top side as well, scaling up onto Tomato Tom. And I mean, the Blitzcrank gets the kill. It's a gold reset, if anything, for Barco Duck. Meanwhile, it's Sloppy Joe casually just 1v3ing, 1v4ing here. As Ratchet's going to come in with the Death Sentence. 2 Titans going to be there, trying to provide a little bit of peel. But the lifesteal, it's there. Starfrost goes with the Flash W, boops it all in. Sloppy Joe is just healing up to full, putting up so much damage. Reeve goes on a killing spree. Sloppy Joe has been dominating this show from the start. From 3 minutes in, Snarfles will eventually burn to death, and it's 21-4. 12 minutes in, we've nearly doubled the scoreline in terms of kills. There's a 10k gold lead at 12 minutes. I don't know.
You gotta do it.
No. Don't do it. Sork shoes. No.
Yes! Slappy Joe. 12 minutes in. Medjai's completed.
Reeve, win this, or Tomato Tom? Equalizer comes on out. Reeve is a little bit tanky. Kep's going to be responding too. Reeve maybe doing a little bit too much limit testing, coming over the walls. King Coney Striper going to be eliminated. Gets the double pull off. Now turning his sights on towards Kept, who's trying to get the kill off onto Reeve, trying to get his team to be able to bounce back in the smite. The smite is going to be able to slow on up this Crocodile, though. Captain Snarfles in the bot side will be nowhere near able to stop Reeve from escaping.
Yeah, and we've seen enough Trek 2G over the years to know you're not catching that Udyr. Man is going to get on out of there so fast here. And in the meantime, Slappy Joe, a man after my own heart, gonna be picking up that Medjai's in the mid lane. And I gotta say, Cilantro, League is an objective-based game. League is a game with lots and lots of comeback mechanics. And it's not over until the Nexus is down, but God, does it make it easy.
At this rate, the Nexus
God, does it make it easy when you're 11,000 gold up 13 minutes into the game. It's almost 1,000 gold per minute.
This is feeling like one of my ranked games, man. I'm telling you. Like, guys, I swear to God.
This is the enemy team that shows up.
This is the Vladimir. 100%. Oh my God, Titan, what are we doing?
Not
that was a mechanical failure. You're right. That your Blitzcrank, you're right. Meanwhile, King Coney is able to find the kill straight onto Tomato Tom. The Nature's Grass coming on in. He's going to find Barco Duck, but has that barrier just to be able to sit in the back pocket. Ratchet is going to get that flail toss off. Zeri's responding with an ultimate. They're able to find Ratchet. Barco Duck pops the barrier, wants to get the kill on the Kept. Will not be able to, but Reeve is running right around the corner. Goes unstoppable for him. Double kill up for the Zeri kid. That's somewhat of a comeback and sitting in the pocket. Your Zeri is starting to get some items online. Reeve can cancel this back 100%. Does he decide to go for it? Lands the smite for the slow up. It's going to be the flash gone out. Captain Starfall sitting around the corner, but Sloppy Joe is around the other corner and is engaging and should find the kill. Minions have ended up finding a turret, I believe, in the mid lane or into the top side. I'm not entirely sure which one got that, but Zeri finds a kill onto King Coney. They've got 3 kills onto the Zeri now. A shutdown. That's, okay, a comeback angle in your bot side now. Okay, we're coming online, XYZ.
At the very least, it looks like it's a little bit of a comeback, and you look at the gold lead, and it's ballooned to 13,000. Like, it is just so rough for the side of Team XYZ. At the very least, you can see that they're not going quietly into the night. They're always looking to find a way back in. But in the end, 8-kill Vladimir, 18 stacks on a Medjai's, and already looking for even more Magic Pen, as once again, Tomato Tom just going down. Like, those tomatoes are squishy as hell, and it very much shows here. Slappy Joe right now looking for yet another kill. It's very difficult to catch the Zeri though, but right now you're looking to the Thresh.
Titan once again falls. Sloppy Joe gonna be able to finish up this Magi soon if he can find the kill into Captain Snarfles. Just use the W, just trying to disengage the Q bounce. It won't be enough. Double kill for Sloppy Joe on the Vladimir. This man, I believe, just goes, nah. You know.
Is that 25?
I think so. He did get a double kill there, and he was around 18. It's about 5 per kills. It's
I think 24. It's 4 per kill.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, it's
yeah.
Either way.
25.
Either way, he's at 25. But we gotta be honest here. Sloppy Joe just goes, Kept, you played Vladimir. I'm gonna show you who the real Vladimir is. As King Coney is just putting down the combos, the hands. He's giving it to Kiwi Kemen, and now he gets pulled on into Titan. And the Ignite's gonna be able to come on down too. The W's already been procced. The Grand Slam has been used. The Nature's Grass comes on out too. Wants to try it, find the kill off. But Kiwi Kemen's gonna go on a rampage just to be able to stop him. Meanwhile, Sloppy Joe is inside the base. He's just casually 1v1ing Tomato Tom. The Ignite might actually tick him down. No, he is going to be able to just barely live on out. Rift Arrows have been spawned into the mid lane though. Captain Starfalls though might be going back to the spawn room as Reeve goes unstoppable, trying to run him down. Is gonna eventually find the stunt. Nope, Captain Starfalls boops him away. Just trying to shove him on up, but he's down just about almost 4 levels. The base is falling.
Oh my God.
16 minutes. Anti. Rift Herald smacks into the inhibitor. Cap is down to a quarter of HP. Titan lands a hook. Equalizer comes down. Titan goes down. This game's going to be over before 20 minutes. I cannot believe what we are witnessing. As it's the Sloppy Joe show. And we are honest to God.
No.
He just healed to full HP. As Captain Starfall is trying to clean it up, but he will not be able to. This game is over before 18 minutes, Anti. I've heard stories of games ending at 15 minutes before, but I've never seen it ever in my life. A 17-minute game, Omega Yeetless. That wasn't a showing. That was a funeral.
Oh my Lord. not a showing, but a viewing of the bodies of Team XYZ, as just like that, Slappy Joe gets so far ahead on the Vladimir, it ends at 17 minutes. But let's just say, that isn't all the Slappy show, right? So much of that started with Reeve running straight into the enemy jungle as Udyr, understanding, hey, King Coney is going to be able to rotate. Slappy Joe has priority, should be able to rotate, or at the very least make sure that Kept has tons and tons of things that you lose for doing that rotation there. And all of that started with one Udyr play and turned into an absolute monster of a mid laner on that Vladimir here. And in the end, what the hell was that game too?
So I want to see something real quick. Can our production, I know we're on this end screen, I just want to see how much, if we can pull up the gold that I just want to see how much gold this Vladimir had over everyone else, just in general. I want to see how much gold he had in total. 11,000 gold? They had almost an 13,000 gold lead, I think, at the end there. And all of it was on Vladimir, just about.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right? This team was playing so unbelievably hot in game number 2. It was that nightmare enemy ranked team of your dreams, that nightmare observer game for production. But as far as things are concerned, game number 2, obviously a statement game, as game number 1 going to essentially be wiped from everyone's memories. But don't go anywhere, because game number 3 right around the corner, and who knows what story they have to tell.
I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my
All right, everybody, welcome. We're just about to get started with game number 2. I mean, game number 3. God, that game was so fast, I forgot it even happened. As we're just about to hit our 3rd game of the series, and Omega Yeatless are riding the momentum of all momentums.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't think XIZ are going to be able to forget that one happened as much as they'd like to. But either way, welcome to the best of 3 now, as game number 1 and game number 2 going to be going to either team here, and in the end, it's going to be working out just fine for Omega Yeatless, as it seems team was not too happy about losing game number 1.
Yeah, no, they were not. But, you know, does XYZ have that factor inside of them? Do they? Can they provide some sort of comeback like that? Like, are they mad about how game number 2 went, or are they mentally boomed? That's a question that we're going to have to see happen here as we get into the Rift and into game number 3. Another question is, can Omega Yeatless do it again?
Well, can they is a big question, but the biggest question is, will they, right? Because not only was that a huge amount of power from Omega Yeatless, the biggest question is, right, with the draft, as we get into the swing of things, right, what is going to change here? Because I will say, Renekton mid blind was something that was very, very good of a pick a couple seasons ago. It's not something that you really see so much nowadays, right? It's not the era of, well, we just take Doran Shield, second win, revitalize on every single champion and just throw these bruisers into the mid lane. Like, this isn't Tryndamere mid every single game, right? This isn't Renekton mid, Tryndamere mid every game. It is much of the AD mid laners and magic damage junglers, as both of the solo laners are usually physical damage nowadays, as you can make use of Brand, of Zyra, of, you know, so much of these strong junglers. But we're not seeing any of that this time around. We're just seeing, hey, let's just play to our comfort, and it worked in game 1. It definitely didn't work in game 2. So what is the comfort pick for XYZ in game number 3?
Who knows? What is this first pick going to be? Varus. Okay, they're tired of. I guess they're tired of giving Omega Yeatless that champion. Like my is what I believe my theory here is. And will Kibikemen able to provide the same kind of performance as Sivir is going to be a responsive pick? Okay. Going for a little bit of scaling composition Omega Yeatless. They want to try and play this one out to the late game, I'm assuming. Oh, Thrasher's going to be picked up with the Sivir.
Maybe.
Very strong pick up there last time from Ratchet.
Yeah, I mean, Ratchet was very, very good on the Thrasher Ford. Now, I will say about the Sivir, right? So, Sivir, obviously, very, very good at scaling, has the classic 6th item power spike, as everyone likes to call it. But one thing I will also note, Sivir mid has seen a resurgence and has, you know, so much power in that early to mid game, and also does scale towards the later stage of the game. Now, the Alistar pickup does mean that the Sivir spell shield is essentially going to be made useless, as you cannot block that WQ combo, as the headbutt pulverize will still land the headbutt, will still land the pulverize. Sylas being picked up here after his few buffs, you know, going to be even stronger of a bruiser in that mid or top lane, wherever they do decide to put this man. I'd hope it's not in the jungle, because still not really much ability to do that with those. But speaking of jungle picks, I will say Qiyana Rumble has been a very strong jungle pick for many, many years, and I'd love to see it come back at this point with those Qiyana jungle buffs. So we're going to have to see whether or not we do get a little bit of that cooking. Team XYZ has been picking up some very, very strong old school style picks for quite a bit, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come on in. But the big question is, what are we going to see for the solo lanes? Are we seeing the jungle pick here, so that way we're still not sure who's going where? Or are we just going to see the solo lane pick? Is the Udyr once again, which probably going to Reeve.
Or it could be top Udyr.
It could be top Udyr. I love this composition from the Omega Yeatless, as they still don't know where everyone's going to be going, but Volibear picked up for Team XYZ, so likely going to be the Volibear jungle, but still can flex up to that top lane, right? I love the ability to just kind of flex things around, and Malzahar is far from a flex. That is your mid lane, we don't get to play the game of mid laners.
I don't think I like Malzahar here. I like
Not onto Sylas. No, what the hell?
Rengar top against Rumble. Rengar top against Rumble. It's a pick. It's a possibility.
I think it is. I mean, that's King Coney's Rengar coming on in here.
Okay, so couple of things. I think Sylas is great. You've got an Alistar ultimate. You could take the Malzahar ultimate. You could take the Volibear ultimate. You could take the Equalizer. I think it's a steal here. I think
Sylas is incredible.
I don't think that Malzahar should be locked. You have a silence, that's cool, but you're so like. Here's what's gonna happen. We're sitting in the mid lane. Malzahar looking for a gank opportunity. They just pop Sivir Spell Shield. Malzahar flashes in, lands the ulti. Rengar pops out of the mid lane bush and one taps him because he's standing still for 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big question, and there are going to be quite a few ways how to cancel out that ultimate as well. And okay, Slappy Joe, not quite going to be able to land the chains onto Titan, but eventually going to get the flash away from the Moo Cow. But a flash on the Moo Cow being gone isn't so bad.
Yeah, forcing him to start that Q is going to be a little bit in favor to the bot side, so they're going to be able to push pressure him out a little bit easier. Not going to be realistically worried of that headbutt engage coming online in that bot side. So, but interesting that Tomato Tom resorts back to the Rumble after how last game went. I don't remember.
It's not just the Rumble, it's Rumble with Ignite this time around, as it's going to be a very, very huge focus on the laning. I mean, if you can get ahead of King Coney's Rengar, what does Rengar really provide to the team from behind? It's vision, and that's about it, right? I mean, the champion provides very, very little outside of damage on damage. We're getting quite a bit of a fight over here. I don't know if King Coney is going to go to the wave or not.
He wants to be able to find an angle here. I think Reeve was not able to get that smite. Captain Starfrost might have found it. I've never seen a fight over the chickens before. I guess XYZ, you know, they really wanted that KFC. Like, I don't know what the Colonel said to them, but I mean, I know they got some new saucy nuggets, but other than that, I don't know what the fight over the chickens is for. But it's going to set Reeve back a little bit in terms of clearing speed as well as clearing HP.
Yeah, I mean, it is still Udyr in the end, so should still be fine taking that red buff. Gonna smite that one up, hit level 2, and Volibear, oh my goodness, Volibear, what in the world? That would go crazy.
Volibeard.
But either way, going to just continue on the very classic, very simple jungle clear here. I gotta say, Captain Snarfles has been picking up these health pots on these junglers I really don't think need them, but is going to be doing fine as far as the health is concerned here, as Reeve just always looking to not pick up that extra 50 gold, you know, just gonna do just fine here. But in the meantime, bot lane, lots and lots of early pressure. There's a reason why Sivir has seen a resurgence lately.
Yeah, and there's also been a reason why Varus has seen a resurgence. And so far, Omega Eat List have been showing why that champion has seen a resurgence. Barco Duct, I'm not sure if he went Spell Shield second against a composition like this. Might have looked to invest in it. Sloppy Joe looks for the engage angle. Starfrost is coming around the silence. It's going to be able to land him up, but the flash is going to come down anyway. Reeve is coming in through the mid lane bush to be able to provide that sort of peel. Meanwhile, on the bot side, the Lantern going to maybe potentially save Barco Duct. The barrier is going to be procced away, but the Ignite's taking him away. Kiwi coming, and Barco Duct both burst to find out that flash copter Starfrost maybe getting caught out inside the jungle, and once again, Sloppy Joe has a first blood. I swear to God, if he does it again on Sylas, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, there's no shot, but
engage. They can turn this. No, he's just going to W out.
Yeah, just gonna hop on in with the Hex Flash and hop on out with the Headbutt, as so much skirmishing, and it is going to be Omega Yeetless coming out on top here, looking for the opportunity for a dive, but no hope.
He buys Dark Shield.
Ratchet isn't going to be going all the way in here, but King Coney, on the other hand, on that top lane, still kind of going even with Tomato Tom. And I gotta say, Dark Seal to start, always gonna be feeling good. And on top of that, there's a lot of mental damage that comes on in from the fact that you are a Sylas, that you're now laning into a Sylas with Dark Seal, and more importantly, blue buff.
Yeah. Then a champion with blue buff. definitely don't want to be going up against that. Neutral objective's going to be finally spawning on out here. Reeve, you have to take it back. Will potentially do so after Gromp and Blue Buff, so probably looking to path towards the top side and get that Void Grub's objective. Speaking of top side, how's King Coney doing in Tomato Tom on that Rengar? Looks like he has that wave Prio so picked up. I don't know if it's been kind of bouncing back and forth or whatnot, what it's been happening up there.
Oh.
Sloppy Joe, no flash, might find themselves caught out, uses the E to be able to get on out. Chains up against the minion. Here comes Ratchet. Snarfles has to burn out the flash, potentially going over the wall. The Lantern's going to be able to pull him on into this fight. They're going to use the Scrying Orb, spot out that vision. They force the flash though out of the enemy jungler. Are they going to use this to try and start the first dragon? I guess probably not. King Coney roams down to the top to the middle lane. Is going to take it back. Has the TP angle too. And Snarfle's trying to take a reset themselves. I see a Void Grub's takeage in the future for Omega Yeatless.
I do see the same thing, but very crucially here, I got to note, Slappy Joe having to, looking for a back there, not going to opt for it, might be in a position where he's not going to hit level 6 before Kept. And if Kept can make sure to get access to the Nethergrass before the, never mind, Sylas 100% hitting level 6 first. But either way, you know, Nethergrass available for Kept, as Slappy Joe got to be a little bit careful for that next potential gank, because Volibear and Malzahar is point-and-click CC on point-and-click CC. King Coney, on the other hand, point-and-click CC equals death.
Yeah, Void Grub's going to go ahead and be starting it up. Should be able to relay that information. Reeve, unfortunately, in the top side, does not have enough time to move into the bot side to go for that trade-off. Ratchet's ticking away from the Ignite. Barker Duck going to be able to get the trade-off into Kiwi Kim at the barrier. Is going to end up getting procced out, and Titan's going to flash on forward to be able to find the first kill into the bot side. But the Void Grubs have now been picked on up. Look at Slappy Joe, though, looking to find an angle into the bot side. I think has not stepped over to ward, but Kiwi Kemin at this much HP, it knows that something is going to be awry. Somebody's wanting to hunt him down and is going to opt to play safe.
And Void Grubs going over to Team XYZ here, as this time around, once again on the odd games, going to be getting the lead, going to be looking to continue those team fights. And Rengar being far behind, that's definitely not a good sign.
I mean, he's not that far behind, if we're being frank. The kill
it's far enough behind a Rumble with Ignite.
Yeah, but it's Rumble with Ignite. Anything's far behind to that. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Like, so he's okay. He's doing okay right now. CS is about even. He's got the free fill pot to be able to survive out this poke a bit more. Just needs to not feed the Rumble the kills. Rumble got an assist off of that. So, in theory, he's okay. As Captain Snarfles is just going to walk straight on in. Potentially falls out. The Volibear ultimate's going to get stolen. We got 5 Darksteel stacks already locked up. Or is it 2? Is it 2?
I think that's just...
It's 2.
It's just 2. Slappy, not quite as fed, but man, he does damage. Can't be looking under the tower just yet, though, as the Stormbringer is not available for the Sylas. And I gotta say, right, Slappy being the one person on Omega Yeatless that's really far ahead, that's really getting these kills, getting this leads, is looking good for Omega Yeatless, but also looking really good for Team XYZ, right? If you have one person to really be worried about, one person to really be focusing on the side of Omega Yeatless, you got to be careful, because the Nethergrass is always there. But Slappy, once again, on a killing spree, 3 kills now, as Kept is pretty pissed off the fact that the first death still results in his laner having 3 kills. I mean, that's always got to feel bad, yeah?
You know, I play devil's advocate here, Anti. I think that XYZ should be scared that the one person they have to deal with is Slappy Joe after how last game went. So you're like, okay, it's only one person. No, not you specifically, but I'm saying, like, if you're XYZ, you're like, okay, it's fine. They've only got one person fed. You know, let's just try and get fed across the map on the other side so we can deal with him later. That didn't work last game. I don't know how it's going to work this game. Tomato Tom getting ganked on here. King Coney lands the fruit up. The Equalizer's going to come down on top of both of them. Ignite ticking away on the King Coney. Should be at least a 1-for-1 trade. So the Rumble able to find a kill. Very, very squishy Rengar. And they're able to trade out the Dragon at minimum. So now we're starting to reach the point like, okay, this Rengar is definitely behind now. Where's its value going to be?
Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, right? When it comes to competitive play, there are no such thing as 1v1s, but at the same time, as a top laner, you die once, you die the rest of the laning phase. And it's just so rough for King Coney from behind here. In the meantime, Captain Snarfles and Kept looking to stop this take.
And I think that they're going to. Sloppy Joe comes on it, though. Lands the chain. Oh my god, goes over the wall. That's going to be the Wrath coming on in. It's continuing to pile on onto Kept. Wrath is coming up. Lantern comes down. Will it be enough to say Sloppy Joe? No, it will not. Shut down over to the Rumble. Now we're starting to see territory where one player's getting fed on the side of XYZ, and it's the Rumble, the one you don't want to get fed. As King Coney firing back, finding a kill there. Tomato Tom continuing to pressure. Feels like he could go 1-for-1 on the King Coney, maybe able to go 2-for-none, but unfortunately gets smited out, gets stunned, coming back through the bushes. King Coney finds 2 within this fight. You lose a shutdown on Sloppy Joe. Back goes over to Tomato Tom, but your top laner gets 2 in response. Yeah, you lose out on all those Darksteel stacks. I feel like it's still not the end of the world, though, for Sloppy Joe and Omega Yeetless.
You lose out on those Darksteel stacks, but Sloppy Joe is still ahead. And more importantly than that, who cares about the Darksteel stacks when now you have some Bone Tooth Necklace stacks on the Rengar? 2 kills going over to King Coney. Gotta be feeling good about that one, as the Eclipse is so much closer for this beast of a jungle cat in the top lane.
Oh, might be 6. Void Grub's giving on over, though. This Snarfles has already started up. This objective is going to be spotted out, though. Reeve is coming in for the contestation, and the AD carry has roamed all the way up here. Barco ducked. They want to use that W proc. They want to hit all of these and take them as physically fast as possible, denying the full 6 coming out from Team XYZ. Definitely something you want to do when you have a Volibear on the opposite side. He can dive turrets. So being able to shut those down and get the Void Mites procced, yeah, you don't want them doing that.
Yeah, maybe not, but in the meantime, King Coney finally gonna get an opportunity to back and teleport with all that gold. Is this a fully finished Eclipse? There it is, and the Rengar is now online here, gonna be able to keep even with the Rumble. Just gonna have to use that Empowered W to get on out away from those trades if the Rumble does get that upper hand there. But in the meantime, Kept doing pretty fine in the mid lane. Right, wasn't able to pick up any kills in that last fight, but at the very least, able to keep up with the Sylas and able to continue to shove out the wave in a way that just makes sure Sloppy Joe can't just roam wherever he pleases.
For sure, and that's probably what they are mainly going for with this Malzahar pick. It's a safe mid lane pick, though, too. Can lock up a single target champion, and a lot of the equalizers to come down on top of it. Volibear slams on them as well, and so that could be the game plan with this Malzahar. And, you know, it's a long game scaling mage. It does fall off eventually because it's not like perma scaling like a Veigar or like a Syndra. So eventually
the forbidden mid lane Senna. Smolder.
Yeah, so it's an AP that will get stronger later off, but like as we hit the 30-minute mark and he's full built and not really killing anything, and everything on the opposite side is so tanky, it just falls behind. And so it's going to be the rest of the team is going to have to pick up the pace there, because the ultimate's going to come down onto one target, and it's really everyone else needs to damage that one target, or they're just going to get out, and so you're down an ultimate. And whereas Sloppy Joe may be able to respond with stolen Malzahar ultimate himself, hits it on the Volibear, and then the Volibear gets bursted down instantaneously.
Yeah, I mean, right now the biggest question is, who is going to be in the lead as we get into these mid-game fights? I mean, the Rift Herald is going to be coming up in less than a minute. The Dragon is coming up soon as well. And both of these teams are posturing for these objectives that we mentioned, but it seems like Reeve is up in the top lane way earlier.
Once again, Equalizer coming on down. Ignite has been put straight onto King Coney, and they go 1-for-1 again. I mean, this is just going to continue to happen. At some point, Reeve is going to have to initiate the engage and take the brunt force of everything, because Tomato Tom is just igniting King Coney and flame spitting him to death. Like, it's just going 1-for-1 every time. They're going to have to find a way to stop this. Death Sentence is going to slow up Titan. Unable to find a route, though. Kiwi Kemin comes on over the wall. The flash out of Captain Starfos. The hook just to be able to save this Sivir from going down. But they've gained so much prio for the second Dragon. Getting this stacking online early in the game for Team XYZ. They're going to take Rift Herald topside of Mega Yeet list. And for a team that plays to the macro, to the fullest extent. This Rift Herald pickup is exactly what they want to go for.
Watch the Stormbringer.
As Marco Duck re-engage. Okay, this is a little desperate, I think, out of Omega Yeetless bot side. Double kill over there for the Volibear. Re-engaging there when you had a perfect outing to recall and then come back on in. Who knows? Maybe they're trying to set up a kill here for King Coney. Wants to come over out of the bush onto Titan. Knockup's going to come down, headbutt away, and not going to try and let this Rengar get a kill. Flashing for it too. TP's coming out. They want to contest this dragon. And Titan is going to end up falling. Sloppy Joe's coming in. Stole the Volibear ultimate. Double kill for King Coney. They stopped the dragon.
Yeah, they stopped the dragon. A little bit of a flub on the Stormbringer from Slappy Joe here, but it's
zoning.
Yeah, zoning ultimate coming on through there. Reeve going to be able to hold on to this top tower for King Coney in the meantime, as the man just continue to stack up that Bone Tooth necklace. How many stacks is that? Is that 3, I believe, for the Rengar?
I'm not entirely sure.
So that's a kill. That's onto Rumble.
He killed Snarfles, he killed Rumble, and he killed Titan. So it has to be 3.
Yeah, that's 3.
Is that
4?
4
Wait, where did the 4 come from?
Who else did he kill? He killed Kept early. No, he killed Kept earlier in the mid side when he came out of the mid bush.
Oh,
and
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 4. Almost looking for the 5th, and this Rengar, honestly, a
Kiwi
lot
Kevin.
stronger than anticipated. And I gotta say, Kiwi Kevin definitely not gonna be feeling the greatest about
He's already down there. He's already in the bot side, but Kiwi's not there. He's in the mid lane. Titan's gonna get flared on out. The Dustin's gonna be committed to, but the headbutt just to be able to put Rashid into the team. And the flare comes out. Sloppy Joe's able to find another kill onto Titan, looking to potentially go into killing spree. Get this Dark Shield stacking once again. A nice one from Kiwi Kevin. Can they give it over to King Coney? Nope, Sloppy Joe is able to clean that one up. Snarfles gets a shield off, but the Equalizer comes on. It's doing a ton of damage. Rumble is a fair and balanced champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, and just like that, Tomato Tom gonna be able to make soup out of these guys, burning them all up there. Reeve looking to make something happen maybe, but a little bit late on that response. And in the meantime, the dragon still stays alive. What in the world? Tomato Tom on a rampage. 8 kills for the Rumble. The full-on ace and dragon now surely going to be going down.
I don't know what to say. This champion. I mean, this is a different Tomato Tom, obviously. Somebody check his PC. I think it's a different player playing right now.
But look at this. Just look at this fight, right? I mean, the Unbreakable stolen away from the Alistar. They're able to take out Titan. They're able to do a lot of damage on to this Varus. And a double kill for Slappy Joe, but the Equalizer, beautiful, onto so many members of the team there. Triple kill immediately onto Omega Yeetless, and Tomato Tom decides to back off to say, you know what, it's fine, I'm in this bush, they don't know, I'm a flash for Reeve. Oh, hi there, Bark! And unofficial Penta coming on through to the Tomato Tom, but in the end, only so much time is going to matter as Slappy Joe caught in a little bit of a rough position, but should be fine, able to dash over that wall soon enough. But I gotta say, right, with the way how Rengar stacks work, that is the 5th Bone Tooth stack on the necklace there. And all of a sudden, Rengar top might be a considerable amount of gold behind the Rumble, but I would not be surprised to see the Rengar still have the ability to fight out that Rumble.
I was just about to say, is the Rumble enough? Is it enough to carry this XYZ team? I mean, he's got Ignite, has a Flame Spitter that does 4 million damage, Equalizer's pretty broken. It's possible for a team that wants to fight around here. They want to fight around Sivir, they want to fight around Thresh. Fight all on top of each other. Equalizer comes down, hits all of them, starts burning them away. He gets in there with the Flame Spitter, Ignite onto Sloppy Joe too, so he can't be able to heal on up with the W procs. So it's possible we could see Rumble put this XYZ team on his back. And I'm looking at King Coney, and I'm looking at Sloppy Joe. Somebody needs to assassinate this guy. Who faster to do it than a Profane Hydra Eclipse King Coney? but it's going to be difficult not having that bush to kind of jump in and out of when you're fighting in these mid lanes.
Oh,
as there's a Malzahar. Yeah, Ratchet, unfortunately, just finding a Malzahar beam to the face.
Goodbye, Ratchet. It's been real. But at the very least, the Sivir stays alive, and if there's anything that champion can do well, it is wave clear. Barco Duck going to be able to clear out this mid lane. We're seeing a fight behind the tower.
Equalizer straight onto Reeve, able to find then Kiwi Kemen picks up that one. Sloppy Joe maybe trying to find a kill into the enemy AD carry. The Bears going to end up getting proc. Sloppy Joe's healing up so much and is still in there fighting, but goes down to the Rumble. This Rumble is coming online significantly in this fight. Recalls are coming on out, though. Someone's got to respond to the Rengar taking an inhibitor turret. Eventually, Malzahar will be going in. Does not have the ultimate, so the turret will end up falling eventually anyway. And now TP on into the flank side. They want to continue this fight. He's going to come out of this bush straight on top of Kiwi Kemen. And Tomato Tom is not maybe knocked off by the Rift Herald. No, unfortunately, Ratchet comes out of it, lands the flail, gets the death sentence down 2. Double kill. Sivir able to pick up one of those. Ignite straight on to Tomato Tom. Can they clean up the kill, though? No. Why is Rumble so tanky? I know why. He's got Riftmaker.
Yeah, Riftmaker and the Liandry. So much health on this Rumble, just not going down to the Sivir, as, you know, Barco Duck's still relatively far behind as far as overall damage output is going to go there. But King Coney did so much work in that fight there. Going to jump onto Kept as well, just continuing the trend of Rengar being a huge problem to deal with in this game for Team XYZ. I mean, anytime you leave King Coney on a side lane, those towers are going down immediately. That was 2 towers from King Coney that was taken out in one dive from Team XYZ. You cannot be sleeping on this Rengar. You have to be careful about that side laning.
I full-heartedly agree. Now, Baron has spawned. It's been up for about a minute, and XYZ, you know, they've got Rumble next to them. Yards around the corner. Great engage out of Titan. That's isolated this jungler from the enemy team. And they just got obliterated. Taken off the face of the earth. And now the pings are coming out as they push out the mid lane wave. The Baron is going to go ahead and be started. You've got Rumble. You've got Varus. Malzahar does some pretty okay damage too to this thing. It's about to get melted. What can Omega Yeatless do? This is typically the point where we would say, meanwhile, only meanwhile thing I can say is King Coney pushing out the bot side. And they want to try and contest this. Sloppy Joe coming on in. Equalizer going to be able to come down, hits up that back line. Barco Dog has to park the hunt to be able to get that move speed. Death sentence. Well, it might as well have been a death sentence for Ratchet, who ends up falling to Kiwi Kemen, and they claim the Baron anyway.
Yeah, Baron going to get fully claimed, and Omega Yeatless, uncharacteristically, going to be looking for the fight there. Not really able to get anything in response. No teleport on King Coney. No real opportunities to make a comeback in terms of that fight. You just have to cut your losses there. You have to make sure to not go for too much more. And now Captain Smartfuls with the rest of the team going to be looking at this dragon, looking at Soul Point right now. And as always, Omega Yeatless just going to understand, yeah, we can't do much about that. Just going to back off, look to clear these waves. And when you got a Sivir, clearing waves is very much a thing you can do.
So here's my question to you now, Anti. Will Titan die here? Probably not, because instead Barco Duct is going to end up falling. Titan cleaning up that kill with the Ignite proc, and there's the Malzahar ultimate straight on to Slappy Joe, who falls like a tree branch right in the wind. Goes immediately back to the respawn timer. No real position to be able to push out these waves right now, as Kiwi Kemen and Tomato Tom are barreling down. Titan XX flashes over the wall, is able to find and go legendary Tomato Tom on to Ratchet. They're going to barrel through this mid lane, get the inhibitor turret. They're going to grab the Dragon Soul Point while they are at it. And I said, no, they're moving to the top side. They want the top side tier 2. Snarfles, you could take this. You don't really need to, like, drag it out of their vision.
Fine. He's chilling. Yeah, but I gotta say, right, the second Barco Duck goes down, 2 towers, the inhib taken away from Omega Yeatless, and it's just so bad for them. It's a disaster. And in the meantime, top lane King Coney, no way out of here, burning down, and Tomato Tom going legendary as the Rumble is doing so much work in this entire game.
On the Barco Duct. No spell shield on the Sivir. Comes out now, but the equalizer damage has already been procced and is there. Bucko Duck's still alive, but eventually will end up falling too tight with the trample stomp. Reeve walks through the death sentence. It might be a death sentence for this Omega Yeetless team in game number 2. Reeve gets stunned on up, and they have the Baron buff. They have the inhibitor gone. They have the minion wave. Can they end it here? 24-minute game. Well, it's 7 minutes longer than what the Omega Yeetless just did to them. They're still going to come out with the dub in game number 2. Team XYZ in the semifinals are about to advance to match point off the back of Tomato Tom's Rumble in game number 3. The Nexus shortly thereafter to fall. King Coney is putting up a fight, but it will not matter. XYZ come out with game number 3.
And off the back of Tomato Tom, the Rumble did so much work. Like, I cannot overstate how much power this Rumble gave to the team. Look at the damage! 28,000 damage from that Rumble. And usually, right, when you see a play like that, when you see that crazy equalizer go across a team, and it looks nice. You say, all right, that was a game-saving play, right? I mean, we got 3, we took him off the tower, it's fine. Tomato Tom goes one step further. He takes it from a game-saving play, flashes over the wall, kills 2, gets an unofficial pentakill, and turns it into a game-winning play. And the Rumble gets so far ahead, the Rumble gets so much value, and it's just lights out for Omega Yeetless. And now, on match point, we're gonna have to see how things go in game number 4. Oh, that was early. Whoops.
side to side, yeah. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side.
They've done it. They're at match point. The team XYZ I'm rooting for, I'm pulling for to come out with the upset in their debut season of Immortal League. We're at match point, and the summoning circle worked. Game 2 never happened.
Game 2 never happened. I mean, you know, look into that little flash right here, Men in Black style. But either way, Team XYZ very much going to be able to wipe that game from their memories and put another one in the, like, on the map. Like, just going to be able to take game number 3 there. Now on match point here. Potentially going to be able to make a crazy upset and take out Omega Yeatless, who I think are the favorites to win the entire thing, possibly. And this could be absolutely huge there. And remember, if you go all the way to finals, if you win the entire thing, you're not only fighting for a chance to win the Immortal League here, you're fighting for a chance to play in the Aegis versus Titan Esports, you know, co-op little match thing. I think we got. Oh, there we go. Battle of the Titans and Aegis. Aegis.
It's just what? Battle of Titan and Aegis.
Oh,
Battle of the Aegis, one could say. I don't know why they don't just call it that. Battle of the Aegis.
Because you don't have Titan in there. Titanic Battle of the Aegis. Hey, there we go.
Attack on Titan.
Doing your own marketing for you.
Attack on Titans.
You're welcome, Sems.
We're gonna have the rumbling of esports, League of Legends.
Either way, as you can see here, Immortal League from Titan is going to be taking on Marauder League's winners with that 600 LP cap on the 7th of September, and on the 8th we're going to get Conqueror and Eternal versus Executioner, and on September 14th and 15th, the following weekend, we are going to be getting Divinity versus Protector and Vanquisher versus Defender. So make sure to tune in for those, because they're bound to be bangers. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be available for the Immortal match, so I'm not going to be on cast,
I'll be there.
You know?
You better believe I'll be there.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I'll be in like Ohio or something. So like, you know, just stream it over to me. Maybe
Ohio. Chris, I know you're listening. God. I better be there. And anyway, as we head into game number 2, XYZ, the boys, they're sitting match point. I don't care. Call me out in chat for caster bias. I don't care. They are sitting at match point to just knock off the top dog, the defending champions, and make it to their first ever finals in the Immortal League. Not only that, but if they win, they could beat the Aegis team, and then they could be the rookie amateur master 600 LP absolute
champion. Yeah,
Titans of a champion.
This ban right here is the most important ban, because do you ban the Rumble or do you ban the Senna? This is the one place where it's gonna go, and it is the Senna ban. So we're gonna get Rumble first pick blue side once again. I'm certain of it. And honestly, if I'm gonna be honestly, if you look at that last game, I do think you could just take the same exact team composition. Oh, it is the Varus first pick. I think that was actually what was first picked last time.
It was.
Yes. And okay, all right, so we got a very different change here. We're going to get Ashe, who's much more effective in the earlier stages of the game. The Sivir just wasn't quite working out, especially with that Alistar pickup. Really going to be able to put yourself into a rough position on that Sivir blind. And instead is Ashe Leona, so we got lockup on lockup. It is absolutely going to be a cleanse coming in from Kiwi Kevin. And I gotta say, Kiwi Kevin, phenomenal first game, all right on the third game. We don't talk about game number 2, but man has not had a chance to shine after game number 1. The Rumble, once again, going to be getting picked up here. And honestly, if I'm Team Omega Yeet List, I say you just go ahead, take your top laner here, ban away some more things for mid lane, and it is the Fiora. Loving some of that there, as it's going to be another very split push heavy champion, and it's not the Rengar, so not going to have quite the same amount of damage to towers, not going to have quite the same exact amount of power in trading. But here we go. Omega Yeet List back against the wall. We've seen how strong they are during the even games. So,
do you ban
4
Sylas?
is very much an even number.
Do you ban Sylas here?
Because you got an Alistar, you got a Rumble. I think Sylas ban honestly isn't that bad of an idea. But right now, who are you going to be taking? I think you take jungle here, but here we go. It is the Viego, so we are going to be getting another jungle pick right now. And the final counter pick once again goes to Slappy Joe. I say once again, for the first time goes over to Slappy Joe, but once again it goes over to a solo laner. Rek'Sai picked up, so, you know, does fairly well if there was, you know, a Rengar or an Evelynn involved, but we are neither here nor there. So Ziggs, the final one being picked up, looking to just neutralize mid lane as much as possible, and we're probably going to get just a boring little mage in the mid lane here. Like, maybe Syndra? I don't know.
Have you seen Sloppy Joe play some... You had to say boring little mid lane mage. Like, I was just about to say.
Hey,
have you seen this guy play something boring?
The Vladimir is far from boring, and Slappy Joe always looking to go on in here, but I gotta say, I don't think we're gonna be seeing the same kind of Vladimir performance out of Slappy Joe in this game, because game number 2, probably a dime of a dozen of performances.
I don't know. He nearly did it again on the Sylas in game number 3.
Yeah. Vladimir did it again if it wasn't for Tomato Tom's hero play in that mid lane. And true. I am certain that we are not going to be seeing the same kind of overextending when the Rumble is off the map for the side of Omega Yeet List. So this time around, we're going to have to see just how things do develop. Barco Duck on a champion that is relevant much earlier than the Sivir here, but in the meantime, it is still going to be a matter of whether or not Omega Yeet List can bring us to game number 5, can get us to bring out the Silver Scrapes, and to get us all to sleep a little later once again.
You know what we haven't seen in a little while? And I don't know if this
What haven't we seen?
We haven't seen ProComp's decision on who has the better draft.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think that the ProComp's little decision making has been a little bit messed up.
There we go.
Seen Aurora, but hey, there we are. Omega Yeet List. Honestly, I tend to agree here. I think Omega Yeet Lists have a pretty solid team composition in their hands here. One thing to note, though, is any team with a Ziggs is never truly behind enough that they're out of the game. Because you get to 35 minutes, you have some long as hell death timers, and Ziggs going to be able to do so much tower damage the later that the game goes. So you always got to be prepared for XYZ to find a way to close out this series. But as we've said before, you cannot be sleeping on Omega Yeet List.
You know, the reason I bring that up is because, well, it's match point. It's game number 3. It's game number 4. Omega Yeet List. Have you drafted something strong enough to take you and force that game number 5? And, you know, ProComps just does a great job at helping evaluate drafts and, you know, could just give us an understanding of, okay, in terms of these two teams matching up, we have our own opinions, but how does the game actually think these two teams pair up against each other? Now, what it doesn't take into consideration is the fact that Tomato Tom just went 12-3 on Rumble last game, and is looking to do it again against this Fiora. It's going to be a little bit more difficult than going up against that Rengar. Or not Rengar. Was it? Yeah, it was Rengar. I don't know why I said not.
It wasn't.
Anyway, so having that Ziggs, having that Rumble AP scaling damage win con are 100% factors in XYZ winning this game. However, XYZ also drafted a composition to end right here, right now. Snarfle's coming on up to the top side, lands the knock up onto King Coney. Does King Coney have the movement, have the ability to be able to escape Electric Harpoon? Not connecting, not going to be slowing him down. I like that Snarfles is moving to the top side, trying to get Rumble online early, trying to get this guy a winning lane early on, just so that he could live a little bit longer in those 1v1s against the Fiora. But got to be careful because, well, Fiora is going to be one hard one to catch.
Yeah, Fiora, definitely a slippery one, has the flash available, has the teleport, so, you know, as long as you can get yourself into a good position as far as the wave is concerned, you should be more than fine here, but Reeve getting caught out.
Yeah, quite potentially Shroud on the EVA, go knock up flash, Ignite ticking away, first blood over to Tomato Tom again, potentially. Not enough damage, so Kept comes in with the Q, Satchel, still not finding it, Q bounce, not finding it either, no first blood yet. How in the world is Reeve still alive? Tomato Tom wants this kill, he's so bloodthirsty, is still trying to find it, unfortunately will not be able to though.
Yeah, and first blood goes over to Kept in the mid lane. Slappy Joe going to be going down there, and more importantly, no flash available, and another fight in the bot lane starting off.
Gotta be careful, Ratchet, no HP. Kiwi coming, burns that cleanse. Maybe a little bit too early, just trying to get that Ignite tick away. Maybe he wants to try and force out a fight, but Titan not comfortable going for that engage just yet. Kept having first blood though here is massive because that gets the Ziggs a little bit farther ahead and puts the Viego, or not the Viego, the Vladimir just a tad farther behind. It's not much because it's two mages going back and forth, so still both gonna have late game power spikes. But this Ziggs is a win con. This Ziggs is a win con, and with neutral objectives coming on up, if you can get that lane prio and move to this dragon to fight with Captain Snarfles, they could start getting this early stacking going too.
Yeah, and as you saw in that mid lane fight, Slappy Joe just barely not able to survive. If that Q had landed a second later, right, literally a frame later, Slappy Joe would have been able to survive using that Q to just heal himself back up, but instead not quite going to be able to do so, falling behind against the Ziggs, and more importantly, falling behind without teleport. The last time around, it was flash teleport Vladimir. This time around, it's the combat summoners Vladimir on the side of Slappy Joe, but instead, Slappy Joe going to be the one falling behind the Ziggs here, but here we go, just going to continue to farm up this mid lane as Vladimir really only cares about gold, regardless of whether he gets it through kills or farm.
Yeah, but with the Ziggs having that gold lead off first blood, and both these two mages kind of slowing things down a bit, neither one of them wanting to try and overstep on the other, the gold farming is what kept us 100% okay with happening right now. Wants to continue to just farm up this wave and try and just keep Slappy Joe in the mid lane. Deny these gank and roam timers. Speaking of roam timers, Ratchet has already moved to the Void Grubs. One has already been taken, and now they're looking to make a turn fight around. As a mid lane gank comes on in, Slappy Joe gets knocked on up. Snapper's got to be careful of the flash into Diego. Into the stun. Slappy Joe responds with a kill of their own. Has Dark Seal as well on that Vladimir. So we'll have two stacks online.
Yeah, 2 stacks online, and on top of that, it is going to be the Void Grubs getting fully taken up here. Initially, it was the single Void Grub take, and I think it was going to just be like, all right, we take 1 Void Grub, they can't have 6, so we're just going to just move back around as far as tempo is concerned, and it'll be fine. But instead, full 3 Void Grubs going over to Omega Yeet list, and no dragon traded over. Ratchet did leave bot lane for that, so it does turn into a decent bit of a lead for Kiwi Kevin as Kiwi Kevin. Oh my goodness, Kiwi Kevin. Sorry,
Kiwi Kevin sounds like a great name though.
Honestly, it does sound like a great name. Sound like someone who would sell some great kiwis. But in the meantime, man's only dishing out damage, not kiwis. But Tomato Tom, on the other hand, once again, just throwing out so many of these electric harpoons and throwing out the wards in the right places at the right time to make sure that there's no real threat of the gank here.
Yeah, that's not going to stop Reeve from trying to look for it, though. King Coney goes in for the initial engage. Equation is going to be able to come down. The dueling is coming on out. Reeve is forcing the flash to Tomato Tom. Electric Harpoon not landing. The overheat now finally able to land that one. Tomato Tom is coming on the line in this top side. Oh, no, XYZ. It could be a run back with the Rumble scaling, who knows? But meanwhile, bot side looking for some sort of gank. Cap is roamed around, has that Mega Inferno Bomb online. Titan looking for the engage, channeling up a Hextech Flash, is going to be able to dodge it out just a tad bit. Captain Starfalls comes in under the tower 2, landing the knock up, the Ignite ticking away too. Who they get the kill over to? It will be Kiwi Kemen. I like that they gave it to the AD carry. Plate gold, unfortunately, does get shared. Capped, at least you get a little bit gold for coming down. You get an assist, and you get a couple of gold off the plating. But are they going to push this on in for the first dragon of the game? Rumble, I love this out of Tomato Tom. Moving to the mid lane, shoving out this wave. But, okay, never mind. I think maybe a bit. Okay, no, maybe baiting a DC is that. That's a little interesting of a tactic. Flash knock up. Sloppy Joe can't heal enough fast enough. Reeve trying to get a reset though, will find it, but might get burned down. Has the flash on over the wall just to be able to escape. And by God, stealing a Rek'Sai body is one way to help you get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, Captain Snarfle's not necessarily having the greatest of games, but who cares when your carries are getting this fed? Kiwi Kemen and Tomato Tom feeling pretty dang good about this one. And in the meantime, this is a rough position.
They're just burning! Tomato Tom! Please give it to him. Please give it to the Rumble. Give it to Tomato Tom, Titan, please. He's going for it. Pushing fast as possible. Titan needs to land at least the W, maybe. He does not have flash, though. He's going for it. Get the knock up, please. Yep, finds it. Flame Spitter. Tomato Tom gets the kill. The Rumble's 3-0. And they actually did not kill the dragon, though. XYZ after going for that play. So things kind of died down a little bit. But yes, the Rumble is online.
The Rumble is online, and that should be the fully completed Liandry's Torment the moment that Tomato Tom does opt to back here. And this is so rough for Omega Yeatless. Slappy Joe just going to continue to try to farm out this mid lane. But I mean, you're Vlad. You don't really have so many opportunities to make something happen into a Ziggs who's always just going to be farming up in front of you. I mean, this isn't the Renekton that we saw in game number 2. That was just super close up at all times, being a melee champion. It is a Ziggs who is going to look to continually poke you out of lane.
100% anti. Meanwhile, the Dragon's going to be started up by Omega Yeatless. Reeve going to get that prio and pushing for this. But that means that, you know, XYZ, they should be able to claim the next set of Void Grub. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. Tomato Tom, Electric Harpoon. Ignite comes down. Electric Harpoon misses. But the Flame Spitter, you cannot miss that. Tomato Tom 4-0 and Rumble, baby. Let's go. He's going to get some plating on top of it, too. Okay. Imagine Reeve didn't have Smite there, and he actually is able to get that steal off with the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's quite possible. But now, Void Grubs are going to have to be traded on out. Kept. Okay, Kept's fine.
Cilantro? Tomato Tom got the 4th kill on Rumble. Had not backed yet. This is a Liandry's and Sork Boots angle, I think.
Oh, baby, it's looking awesome.
Oh, Jesus.
For the team of XYZ, they had that win con last game, and they've set it up this game, too. Kiwi Kemen misses on those Chains of Corruption. Does not have the flash. Actually has the flash, but I think ended up getting hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Anyway, Reeve is able to find a kill into the bot side onto Kiwi Kemen, but honestly, Kiwi Kemen is not the carry, so it does not realistically matter too much. Although, 2 kills over onto the Viego are going to be a little bit devastating. You know, that is an AD carry champion, but it's not realistically going to matter because he's going to be hitting the front line of Captain Starfalls, Tomato Tom, Titan. He's going to be really hard to get onto this backside of Cap, onto this backside of Kiwi Kemen later on into the team fights, especially a satchel charge that's able to come out of this Ziggs later on to be able to just put up so much within that fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I gotta say, this is a big, big worry for the side of Omega Yeatless, because a lot of the times, right, when you do have one member who's particularly fed on the enemy team, and you have Ashe, Leona, and Viego, it's
way to go into the tower.
It's fine, right? You know, I mean, we just pump all of our CC into this one person, and we take him over, and we are fine. It's cool. Like, we're chilling. Like, I mean, look at the Kiwi Kemen, right? I mean, it's just not fun
killing
for
topside turret,
that
though.
AD carry. But on the other hand, of all the champions for this to happen to, Rumble is one of the few champions that deals with getting stunned the best, because Equalizer, Flame Spitter, both of those are continuous damage abilities that don't care about whether or not you've been stunned. So you can't really get the same amount of value out of this stun combo that you can onto someone like Kiwi Kemen, because the Varus, right? I mean, stunned up, not going to be able to do anything. The Ziggs, stunned up, not going to be able to do anything. Meanwhile, Tomato Tom, probably one of the champions that deals with these single target stuns the best in this game here. And it could mean disaster if Tomato Tom does go down, does get picked up by the Viego. But in the meantime, it is going to be a big struggle.
Captain Starfos, looking for the knock-up on the sloppy jump with the W. I mean, I'm still not a big fan of Vlad W. I hate it. I hate that ability being in the game. But you know what?
I love Pool.
You know what? It's fun. It's interactive. It's entertaining, I guess, so to speak. That's like this bot side turret getting taken on up. Kiwi Kemen and getting a full play of turret gold. Ratchet and Barco Duck are coming straight back on down, and Reeve is going to be there too. It's going to be a repeat of what's been happening with this bot side time and time again. Titan, the one getting stunned on up, flashing forward though. Reeve looking for get the kill onto Kiwi Kemen. Mega Inferno bomb into the bot side though. Reeve goes unstoppable, but his Ignite ticking away. Might end up falling. And one more ult proc. Gonna be able to get the reset. Snarfos has got to run away. Is this enough, though, out of Omega Yeatless? They're funneling everything into this bot side. Literally, every single thing. They're hitting bot side. Again. Is it enough, though? Is it going to do much for this fight? Because you've already got topside turret Dawn. You've lost your bot side turret, cool. But Captain Tomato Tom are just about to take mid turret, because it's Ziggs who could just one-shot all the turrets.
Yeah, I mean, putting this much emphasis into that bot lane, honestly, while it's a great band-aid, it does get you more gold into your pocket that you can slap around this Rumble with. The big question is it enough, right? When it comes to League of Legends, sometimes it is just a matter of the rich get richer, and right now, Omega Yeatless need to get rich enough that they have a spot to play at the table. But right now, Barco Duck and Ratchet still looking for more, and oh my god, Kiwi Kemen's not gonna get to play the game.
I mean, this is just an angle of just feed your AD carry to the Wolves. At this point, they're gonna keep killing him. That's cool. He's worth like 100 gold. Oh, that's that like. What does it matter? You kill our AD carry, cool. He's going to go into the team fight. What's he going to do? Chains of Corruption, a single target, pop Grievous Wounds on it, and then shoot a pointed arrow. After that, he's done. He's done the majority of his burst damage, so that's all realistically we're going to need him for. That Chains of Corruption landing into the Equalizer coming down, that's and a Mega Inferno Bomb on top of the Equalizer, you know, that's more than enough to be able to carry this fight. We came into this talking about the Rumble, talking about the Ziggs being these carries for the side of XYZ. And it feels like Omega Yeatless maybe kind of playing into that right now. Because, yeah, you're getting a ton of kills under the AD carry. You're getting a ton of gold, a little bit onto your Ashe, a little bit onto your Viego. Those strong carries are still running around perfectly fine and doing whatever they please. And they have a ton of gold in their pockets still, too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also note, Tomato Tom sitting on almost 2 items, right? 16 minutes into the game. This is getting rougher and rougher for Omega Yeatless as time passes. Infernal Drag on top of it is going to make things particularly difficult for Omega Yeatless to deal with here. And what are we getting? An Ocean Soul, which into a team that has so much poke from the side of XYZ would be phenomenal for Omega Yeatless to pick up, but would absolutely spell their disaster if things go south here. But right now, everyone heading up north.
Yeah, Rift Herald's online, and Reeve taking a recall there, potentially not wanting to fight out for this one. You know, you got a strong side Rumble. Varus has moved on up. This damage for the objective is also going to be where Varus is kind of sitting pretty strong, sitting mostly pretty. And so they should be able to claim this. Okay, where do you drop it? You got a bot side tier 1 remaining? I don't think so. I think that if you put Ziggs into that bot side, he gets a satchel. I don't really know what the HP is looking like on that tower yet, but if you look at, he just throws a satchel there. He could potentially just take it easily as Ziggs. So I'm looking at this mid-side tier 2. We still got about 4 minutes before the next dragon, but we got 2.5 before the Baron. You could easily farm up some gold, get those fast recalls online, and then proc this into the mid lane, threaten a tier 2 take with Ziggs, while Rumble and Rek'Sai go and initiate a dragon fight. Or a Baron fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the moment that you drop that Rift Herald in that mid lane, I mean, on tier 2s, Rift Herald, you know, Shelly just does her job so well, just does so much tower damage, and very specifically does just enough damage that Ziggs should be able to get 1 passive auto off and 1 W off, and it's that immediate explosion with that satchel charge. And if you time things just right, you can take down 2 of the towers very easily to do so. In the meantime, Omega Yeatless trying to set up some kind of play here, trying to set up some kind of pick in this bot side jungle, but there's no dragon really to force that one around. So in the meantime, the gold is relatively evened up here from Omega Yeatless superior macro, but the question is, are you going to be able to use that gold well enough to take out the huge gold sink on the side of XYZ? As we've seen, Tomato Tom relatively beefy with those 2 items, and kept just barely get missed by that enchanted crystal arrow, but this wave is still so far gone.
They're still going into the turret, though. Flashing for the kill, trying to get it onto the Ziggs. He flashes on away, eating up the turret shots, though. King Coney is dropped relatively low, but nobody's in the area to be able to follow up on this. The bot side tier 2 is what's in the sights. It's what they're trying to take on down with this Rift Herald. And honestly, if you are kept, you're 100% okay with dying for that. You just burned a Diego flash. They went under the turret. They haven't even killed the turret yet. King Coney should be able to find it up here realistically shortly. As Chains of Corruption comes straight on down onto Ratchet, burning up by the Flame Spitter. Ignite, take away. Tomato Tom able to find a kill. So they get 2 turrets of gold onto the Rumble, feed him another kill, and what do you get in return? You kill Kept, you burn your flash, and you get topside tier 1. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I mean, sometimes you have to take what you can get, right?
They're gonna lose mid tier 2 as well.
XYZ gonna be able to get quite a bit off of that play there. King Coney slowly coming back into this game, slowly going to be a threat on the side lane as the Fiora, but in the meantime, until you can get scaled up to that point, it's gonna be a struggle and a half to make use of this Fiora. King Coney gonna be moving down the bot lane, going to try to drag someone over to deal with him, but in the end, no teleport on Rumble means that Tomato Tom is surely not going to be the one assigned for Fiora there. Does have the Seeker's Arm Guard available, so all of that layered CC needs to be layered perfectly if you want to take out Tomato Tom.
Another thing I want to point out here is with those kills, with that gold kind of being funneled into this Viego, the Viego does have a 2-item power spike now, so Thunder Sky, Triforce, going to be a little bit harder to kill. I think that the Ignite on Tomato Tom isn't going to really care. I think that he's just going to Ignite Flame Spitter whoever the hell tries to walk into the team fight. And if Reeve is the one initiating that, well, I'm sorry, but you're going to die. As Tomato Tom moving up to this top side, Electric Harpoon in hand. Ghost is going to end up being proc. They're continuing trying to funnel on down here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to go completely wide. Does get spotted out by everybody moving up into this top side jungle. Maybe Captain Starfrost and Titans, maybe the one caught out here too. Realistically, Sloppy Joe looking to find and engage. Titan goes on in with the flash, but the W pool is going to be able to come on out from Sloppy Joe. Chains of Corruption going to end up going wide. Flash is going to be forced out. And do they decide to look for a Baron flip here? They have mid-side Prio. Dragon spawning soon. Kept moving into the bot side to be able to respond to King Coney looking for these split wave pushes. Hawkshot going to go wide. They're moving for this Dragon. They want to take the second one. It's spawning up in about 5 seconds. Reeve is recalling 5 seconds before this Dragon. Rek'Sai could just come over the wall and completely start it. I don't know if anybody spotted this, though, so they do not know how many people are in the area. King Coney is in a little bit of a sticky situation. Starfall's looking for the knock-up. Will he be able to parry it? Stridebreaker, not going to find much of anything, but the smite is going to be able to slow him on up. Goes underneath. Parry is going to be able to find and negate the knock-up. Ton of damage out of King Coney. On to Captain Starfall's able to find the kill. 2. King Coney in the side lane putting down work. I think that they should have just started the dragon, because look what's happening after Starfall's showed bot side.
Yeah, the full-on teleport as well. The equalizer is dropped, so is the Mega Inferno Bomb, and this could be the turn. This could be it for Omega Yeatless.
Maybe, but they're backing off of the Baron now. It will be a
Big
stun.
stun.
Antiticus able to find Tomato Tom. They're afraid. They don't want to fight into this rumble. The Fiora comes on in as well, but they've already backed off. This is massive. Buying time for Captain Starfall to be able to respawn and get onto the map. They go in front of bomb. Equalizer. A ton of damage. Are they going to decide to go for this Baron, or are they going to decide to go for this Dragon? They're getting this mid-side prowl, pushing it on out. Tomato Tom's pushing out the top side wave. Recall is going to be committed coming out of Ratchet, sitting at about a quarter of HP, and everybody is starting to move down on into this river, on into this Dragon. Kiwi Kemen and this Rek'Sai, as well as capped on the Ziggs, should realistically burn this extremely fast. Titan is just trying to be able to zone out away the Viego, but this Dragon, it's already gone. You got saved a little bit by your mid and top side, XYZ. Not gonna lie, that was almost looking pretty disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking absolutely disastrous there, as Captain Snarfles just wasn't quite able to lock things down on King Coney. Turns out, Fiora is particularly good at the 1v1, particularly good in the side lane. And the 0-3 Fiora, now all of a sudden, a little bit more relevant than this team might have bargained for. Has the fully completed Hullbreaker on the side as well, which I think is 150% the right play for King Coney. This Fiora is never going to be a teamfight monster, is always going to be a tower-taking absolute beast here.
Monster. I don't know. Tomato Tom, it parries up the Mega Inferno Bomb. Equalizer committed too. And they're just going to start the Baron again. Did we not learn from last time? I don't know. Tomato Tom, no TP. That's your team fight winning champion in the bot side. For the love of Christ, did we not learn from last time? The Baron's gone ahead and get started up. 7k, dropping to about 5k. Captain Starfall is there, maybe going underground, looking for the steal. 3k, Titan comes over the wall. Boops Viego out of the vicinity. He comes back in, but gets knocked up. Ignite ticking away. He's trying to smite it. He will be able to smite it because Barco Duct has not stopped hitting this Baron, but the team fight win is going in favor of XYZ.
Reeve is still alive. Slappy Joe is still alive and making out like thieves in the night. Gonna be able to get out of this one, but just like that, one more opportunity given over to Omega Yeatless, and they're gonna take that one under their belt immediately. And much more importantly, Baron buff minions, while it doesn't necessarily give you the most opportunity for actual tower takes into Ziggs, right? It's going to be such a boon for King Coney on the side lane, because if your side laners are able to have that Baron buff, you don't have the Baron buff on Fiora, but if you have the Baron buff onto the Viego, onto that Vladimir, you should be able to push out these waves far enough that teams are going to have to start dealing with you, and they're going to have less and less opportunities to really put the resources to stopping King Coney on the side. This Fiora constantly a thorn in their side. The fact that Tomato Tom and Kept were both dragged down without the teleport is crazy here. Ratchet almost going down, and there it is, as XYZ still have the wallets to slap Omega Yeatless around.
Just want to say this, Varus getting put so far behind in the early game, so far getting shut down so much. They prioed shutting away this AD carry as much as possible. It's still, I mean, look at the CS gap. He may have like a couple more deaths, has one more kill, one less assist. He's kept up with it and is starting to come back, and actually is close to potentially reaching an item lead. Yeah, the F sword over on the side of Ashe, so the Ashe still has a little bit more damage, realistically. So, the Varus, for what was given to him, the card he was dealt, has found a phenomenal comeback angle. Meanwhile, somebody has got to stop this bot side. Like, the Viego and Vladimir just walked all the way to your base for free. I mean, realistically, everybody was in the top side, so they could have done that, but somebody has got to start responding to this. Capt is the only one realistically doing so. They're forcing the Ziggs here, though. A flank angle potentially onto the Ashe. Snarkles goes on over the wall. The slow's going to come down. Equalizer's going to be committed too. Knockups as well over the wall. Snarkles with a great engage triple knockup, but Slappy Joe is able to find the kill. And it's Tomato Tom putting out as much damage as possible. Is forced to burn out the flash. Shutdown onto the Varus. And Tomato Tom will end up following. It's disaster for XYZ at match point. They take an engage. That was just awful. It was awful.
Yeah, and King Coney gonna be able to take out Kept on the side here, and all of a sudden Omega Yeatless have the opportunity to make this comeback. Baron's still up for 8 more seconds. That's another tower going down. King Coney with the Hull Breaker should be able to take out this inhib tower and the full-on inhib in the mid lane. And just like that, they've proven that the Rumble can fall, XYZ can bleed, and Omega Yeatless are not finished with this series yet.
We are going to a game 5. Alistar gets a great knockup. The Nexus has not fallen yet. That's all I'm saying. It's not over just yet. Ratchet is a quarter of HP. Engaged by Titan. Double kill for Kiwi Kemin. Ratchet should theoretically fall here as well. Triple kill for the Varus. Dragon spawning. Look at the TP. That's Kept coming in. He wants to be able to deny that this engages. Slappy Joe's 1 HP realistically. The satchel's going to go completely wide. The Dragon can be started. They could sit at Soul Point, XYZ. I don't think this game is over. You're sitting with an open Nexus against a Fiora. Topside waves shoving on into you as well. I don't know, man. I think that we're about to see a crazier comeback out of XYZ.
I don't know. We'll have to see how this game goes. This game is far from over for both of these teams. We say comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Call it a pick onto Tomato Tom.
Yeah, I love you, Tomato Tom, but you just can't be there. Like, that's just illegal.
But I gotta say, right, that final fight at the Nexus Towers looked so over. And all of a sudden, Titan with a 4-man knockup, pulling out a Kiwi kid in the very last stages of the game. The death throes of XYZ still very much being heard across the world, but the flash in, and there it is. No chance.
No, it's not over. Viego falls. No resets. Kiwi Kemin getting kills. Marco Duckos falls really close though. Snarkle's able to get the kill in the AD carry. It's a 3v2 in the base, but Fiora's hitting the Nexus, so it's basically over.
But Fiora is hitting the Nexus, and XYZ taken down. Omega Yeatless very much alive and kicking, bringing us to a game number 5. And there was so much riding on this game. King Coney set so far behind again and again. Tomato Tom coming out on top with the Rumble, but so much CC. The Ashe, the Leona, the Viego coming on in right when it mattered, going to be able to seal things out in game 4. All the odd games going over to Team XYZ. All the even ones going over to Omega Yeatless. And I mean, as we've said, right, Slappy on the Vladimir, definitely someone that you cannot be sleeping on.
No, definitely cannot. But we have a game 5, and I mean, between these two teams, what better way for it to close out than heading to a game at number 5? When we get back, we will have the draft. Well, here we are. Game number 5. Some might have
Game
thought,
number 5.
Some might have thought that Omega Yeetless were going to come and sweep this. Some might have thought, myself, that XYZ were going to take game number 4. But who knows? Right now, we're sitting on match point for XYZ round 2. And match point now for Omega Yeetless. If trends go where trends have been, this is XYZ's map for the taking. Because, it goes XYZ, Omega Yeetless, XYZ, Omega Yeetless. So, I'm just saying, following trends here, XYZ are prone to take game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility here. But one thing else that I will say, right? XYZ coming in as a rookie team this time around, taking our last season's final, like not just finalists, but winners, our last season's champions in Immortal League here, all the way to the brink. Game number 5, a feat that almost no team has really been able to do. But Omega Yeetless have been in this position before. And the last time that we've seen them in this position, they came out on top. And as we said before, Omega Yeetless, very much a team to be playing from behind. Very much a team to always have to look for those comebacks. So it's one thing that you always have to keep in mind. If you are even with XYZ, if you are even with Omega Yeetless, you are not even, you are behind. If you are ahead of Omega Yeetless, then you are even. So XYZ has to play phenomenally to make sure that this one works out. And if I'm going to be honest, I think Omega Yeetless have to get rid of that Rumble.
Maybe, but they played into it last time and it ended up working. So who knows if they decide to ban out that Senna or if they ban out the Rumble. I mean, that Senna's been banned time and time again. If that Senna comes out in this game and they decide to ban out the Rumble, is that XYZ's ticket to the finals? Who knows? I mean, it's been taken away over and over and over again. There's got to be a reason. So I think that Senna has to stay away and you play for the Rumble. Just beat the Rumble again.
Yeah, maybe you just start throwing everything in the kitchen sink towards that Rumble. But there we go. The Rumble gonna get taken out. I'm sure we're getting an instant Senna lock right here. As Senna has been banned all 4 games leading up to this point. The Varus, however, going to be taken up here. No Senna to be seen, and it kind of makes me wonder just why the Senna had so much priority in those drafts there. Now Tomato Tom has to be playing something completely different that he might not be nearly as comfortable on. As the Rumble, he was able to consistently get the upper hand on to King Coney, and I gotta say, Ashe Leona, a very good pick here. It worked out so well for them in that last game. The question is, are they going to have the same kind of power here? They could be picking up the Braum, could be picking up the Alistar. Just so many opportunities for Team XYZ. It is going to be Alistar, leaving the team composition essentially the same, but now with no Rumble to choose from, who are you taking in this top lane?
Oh, Volibear? Nah.
Well, this is probably just Volley Jungle.
Yeah, I have to agree. They took it before and it went over to Captain Starfalz. I'm not gonna lie, I was not a Rek'Sai fan in game number 4, so I like this Volibear. The Starfalz Volibear was not too terrible. They could be throwing the Volibear against the Fiora. Do I think that they would? No, but they might.
I like it. I mean, I honestly like Volibear versus Fiora.
They think it's Volibear jungle.
Yeah, I think it's Volibear jungle. That being said, right, Volibear is one of the best champions at dealing with, the skilled 4 in top lane, where, if you're going into Irelia, Fiora, Riven, or, Camille, just pick Volibear, outstat stick them, just slap them around. It doesn't really matter what they do. You're just always going to end up outstat sticking them because there's I can dash wherever I want, and Volibear says, no. Right? I mean, point and click CC is going to be particularly good for those champions, but in the meantime, right, it's going to be a question as to what XYZ have in store for us. They have still retained their solo laners, and now what are we going to see available for them as another Viego game comes on in? Malzahar coming back.
Malzahar again. They played Volibear with this last time. And
yeah, they did play Volibear Malzahar.
Top lane, though, they had Rumble. So what do we go? Jax.
Jax.
Is it Jax the counter to Fiora?
No, I would argue that this is very much a skill matchup between these two,
yeah.
and I'm not 100% certain as to whether or not Tomato Tom has that same potential with, you know, with the Rumble as they will with the Jax, but Kassadin's an interesting one.
I haven't seen this champion in... I've never seen this champion.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't like the Kassadin pickup here.
I mean, Nemesis says this is the worst mid laner in the history of League of Legends right now. Like, there's no mid laner. Like if Nemesis is saying that, like, I know he's a ex-pro player, right? Like, streamer now, full time, obviously plays for content. But Nemesis is telling us that this is the worst mid laner in League of Legends at the moment. Like, the worst. Like, Renekton mid is better.
So what I will say, right? So Kassadin in the mid lane for this pick here has a lot of potential into Malzahar, does fairly well into that champion. The issue is it's Volibear, right? Kassadin has no way out against Volibear Malzahar, and I am going to guarantee it. Captain Snarfles is going to come mid before level 6, and Slappy Joe will have to flash out. And because of that, there is going to be no chance for Slappy Joe to walk up against the Malzahar come level 6. And it's going to be a very, very rough position to find yourself in as the Kassadin over and over again. So, because of that, if you leave the Kassadin alone in the mid lane to fend for himself 2v2, you're not 2v1, you're not going to win that. So Reeve is forced to come mid lane, and there's going to be a lot of action over here unless Reeve can force Captain Snarfles to go somewhere else.
I don't know how this pick's gonna play out. I've seen, like, this champion, even if you're giga far ahead, you're still behind because everything just outscales Kassadin. Is what it's.
Wait, hold no.
Hold on. That's what I've been watching, you know, some top tier play, watching some top tier mid laners, and that's what I've heard. However, if this is Slappy Joe, and he starts that Dark Seal, in my opinion, he gets if he does what he did on Vladimir in game number 2, I don't think that anything's gonna matter. I don't think that it's, whatever XYZ do is gonna matter. I don't think there will be any outscaling it.
Yeah, in the meantime, you see so much zoning off from Kiwi, Kemen, and Titan down here as the bot lane level 2 power spike is something that you always have to be worried about. I gotta say, Slappy Joe not only going to be picking up the Kassadin, but also picking up the First Strike, which is particularly interesting on Kassadin, not even going to be opting for extra survivability, just opting to go for extra damage. And we're seeing Reeve show up in the mid lane.
Yeah, maybe finding an early gank opportunity. Gets the slow off, has to burn out the flash. Slappy Joe going First Strike here against a Malzahar. Kind of interesting because I think that, unless he misses the W, or is that the E, the shooting where he smacks the ball?
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, so if he misses that, then Malzahar
33% chance.
if Malzahar just walks up and puts his E on Slappy Joe, and Slappy Joe should theoretically never get First Strike procced against the Malzahar.
No, I mean, that's the point of Kassadin, though, right? You always kind of walk forward, get a little bit of bullying down, make sure that you're in a decent enough position. In the meantime, King Coney and Tomato Tom just going to consistently go toe-to-toe. The Fiora is falling behind early, though, and here comes the dreaded level 4 gank there. Exactly what we expected.
Not committing realistically anything else towards that. Still about 1:20 before the first set of in neutral. Objectives come online. Silence comes. He wants to wrap back around. Slappy Joe knows something is up. Something's awry. Something has got to be going on if Captain's going to be playing that far forward on Malzahar. Drops the ward. Now Slappy Joe's forced to get that recall. Is going to have to TP back on into the lane. And that's going to put Kept at a little bit of an advantage, at least in terms of the macro TP plays that can be made. Both these two mid laners fighting for level 6 first hands. And Reeve is roaming back towards the mid lane too. No flash on this Malzahar. No realistic mobility either. could potentially be susceptible to a second-hand gank. Meanwhile, on the top side, you know, Captain Starforce just hanging around a little bit, maybe trying to snuff something out. Ratchet with an early roam timer up to the top side. Void Grubs not online just yet, but is getting to establish that vision. This tells me Reeves definitely wants to play for that, wants to get those onto the Fiora once again. But if XYZ learned anything from game number 4, it's that they don't want to give as much resources as possible away to this Fiora.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Reeve here, very, very good jungle pathing, gonna be able to get the ward down onto the Krugs, understands that Snarfles is absolutely gonna be going over to that, and steals away the Raptors here, just getting a quick lead with the Viego, but not gonna turn that into a dragon take just yet. But in the meantime, we're going to get a little bit more tankiness onto Slappy Joe's. Captain Snarfles, a little bit disgusted by that Raptor take, is going to look mid lane, try to make something happen, but no level 6 on Kept means that no real gank opportunity just yet.
Yeah, good poke damage out of Kept there onto Slappy Joe. Slappy Joe about to hit that level 6 though. Titans moved on up to the mid lane too. They want a kill on this Kassadin pre-level 6. Titan, this might be a little bit forced though. The level 6 into the Malzahar came out first. He hits level 6 off the wave though. It will not matter. Snarfles gets first blood. The timing on the Malzahar to level up before that Kassadin. Oh my god, it was so not even paper thin. That was like silk string level thin.
Yeah, that was so unbelievably close. It's just a battle of inches, but this time around, it is going to be XYZ coming out on top. In the meantime, King, Coney, and Tomato Tom, once again going toe-to-toe, just building up these massive waves in positions where neither of them can really do anything, just looking to scale up as the Void Grubs are taken away here. Tomato Tom gonna be able to get that one plate, but this is a big wave to drop here if King Coney does decide to follow up on the gank, but Reeve not going to be able to do much in response to this Void Grub take. And gotta say, Slappy Joe, not necessarily in the best of positions here, but Kassadin, famously one of those champions with a level 16 win button, so it's just a matter of getting to that position. If you can get the items under your belt, right?
No,
if you can
Tomato.
pick up that Rod of Ages, if you can pick up that
Tomato.
full on...
No, Tomato! No! Viego gets that off. But, I mean, it's a level 6 Jax, so theoretically he should be fine. Proc the Grandmaster, do a ton of burst damage onto the Viego and just be able to disengage at any certain point in time. But notice that the Viego's hung around now, so that go for that Draken. I see some pings coming on out. The reset has come for Reeve. Malzahar getting some vision. Knows that Viego should be roaming towards this bot side now. This Draken, it's going to be where we're going to have another potential fight coming on out. This Malzahar into the Kassadin. If you can get that ultimate onto that mid laner, the CC chains, you land the Malzahar ultimate into a chain of corruption. Captain Starforce gets a stun off too. Kassadin, level 16, might not be able to go anywhere. You know, it's a possibility. But who knows? They need to be able to lock up this Kassadin just to be able to shut him down if he tries to roam to these fights. Malzahar, perfect at being able to do something of that nature. Starforce going to go ahead and start up this dragon. Has bot side prio. Reeve on those Merc Wolves not going to realistically be able to make it there in time with not having middle lane prio either. Now spotted out on the hawkshot by the Ashe. Reeve is starting to come on down, but Titan and Kiwi Kevin have already moved on up. This is a fantastic, phenomenal start for Team XYZ. You claim the first 3 Void Grubs, you get first blood onto the Kassadin, and you take first dragon of the game and invade straight onto the Viego. The Chains of Corruption come out. Ignite ticking away. Reinforce to burn out the flash. Has to use the ultimate too, just to be able to get away. Not enough damage to be able to take it away with the Ignite though. Sloppy Joe's coming on in with the Kassadin. Trying to get a trade off onto Kiwi Kevin. Ratchet drops. Has to burn out the flash. And so that's flash on the Viego gone. Flash on the Leona gone. Ignite gone. Lots of tools already out of the pocket of Omega Yeatless. And we have, I think that the flash will be off cooldown out of Reed by the time the next Void Grubs do spawn.
Yeah, I mean, might be, but the big thing here is no flash, no ignite, no cleanse for XYZ's bot lane. So right now,
ABS
as Barco Duck gets the level 6 ultimate available. The big question is, are we going to see the same thing that we saw in that last game where Reeve just started ganking bot over and over and over again? And it was so rough for KiwiKemin to get anything done here. And Malzahar, as we've said, very, very good champion at locking down champions that are backline divers, like the Kassadin. But on top of that, you have to remember, Kassadin's not alone. Kassadin has a dive buddy. Reeve on the Viego is also another huge target for the Malzahar here. And as this lane has continued, we have not seen a single Nethered Grass combo into the Kassadin. And right now, Slappy Joe going to be able to farm out this lane, going to be able to just continue to survive. Grand Challenge is popped.
Yup, and Ratchet's coming on up too. Tomato Tom pounds out the flash though. I don't understand entirely this. He could have got to the tower a lot quicker and safer, but the 1-for-1 trade out is going to be there. They flash under the turret. King Coney burning that one. No TP. Tomato Tom not going to have flash or TP themselves either. So now it's just going to be Starforce trying to push out this wave. I can't realistically remember who got the kill. I think Reeve got the kill onto the Jax. I'm not entirely 100% certain there. Meanwhile, I think that Sloppy Joe taking a reset here will be able to TP back in for the Void Grubs. This is a great timer for this Kassadin. But Starforce moving on to these Void Grubs now. Kassadin looking for an engage potentially onto the Malzahar. You just need one. You just need one Void Grub, Starforce. If you could just burst down one, smite it, then you're sitting in a phenomenal spot. I don't know if he has one weak enough yet. Maybe, though, Reeve might be a little bit distracted of trying to gank Kept. Flash is going to be aligned for the Malzahar. The Nevers Reef, though, into the Chains of Corruption. It's possible they get the kill. KiwiKemin kills off the mid laner. Ratchet comes up for a little bit of cleanup, though. Reset comes out onto Reeve. Titans coming on for the peel onto the enemy AD carry. Going over the wall is Reeve with the ultimate. And it will be another kill on over to the AD carry. This Viego was a problem last game. And now he's looking to be a problem again. Reset after reset after reset. King Coney wrapping around to the bot side, too. Titan is just going to be another reward into the pocket of Reeve's Viego. And I am not liking the position that XYZ has now found themselves in against this Viego.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Slappy Joe always going to have a dive buddy in the end. And right now, it seems like Reeve is going to be the one diving, and Slappy Joe is just the one following up here as the Viego gets more and more fed. And much more crucially, Slappy Joe, now online, has the fully completed Rod of Ages, one of the most important possible items for a Kassadin here. But right now, Tomato Tom looking to get this wave shoved in. We're not going to have the Fiora here anytime soon, but with no objectives on the map soon enough, Reeve is more than willing to just make sure that Tomato Tom doesn't get any free alone time with the tower. Still, though, the Demolish proc does go through, still quite a bit of gold here. But Viego getting fed is not something that XYZ want to be dealing with.
I don't disagree. I'm very not happy for XYZ, if I'm XYZ, for Viego getting fed. Because now, having that fully completed Triforce... Tomato Tom and the Grand Challenge kept coming on in. Has the Nevers Reef too. Titans coming on up too. They're going to be able to parry out the knockup at minimum. So a little bit chaining that CC misplacement as Snarfos comes up. They're wanting to shut down this Fiora. They're wanting to do it early, committing the smite, committing 2 ultimates. 3 ultimates if I count Tomato Tom's. Just to try and kill this Fiora. You're going to take that if you're Fiora. You're 100% okay with that. No Nevers Reef either is not going to be able to lock down Slappy Joe here. Meanwhile, bot side Prio has been picked on up. KiwiKemin having to run away from the turret. Had to burn out the cleanse while it was down there. This turret bot side might potentially fall here very, very shortly. Lots of gold, full turret gold going to be given over into the pocket of an Ashe going into this next dragon fight. Titan sticking around maybe a little bit too long. Ratchet is coming on up and could have looked for a CC combo, but he barely gets on out of there in the nick of time.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Tomato Tom going to be able to pick up the first tower in that top lane. Lots and lots of tower plates going to go over to the side of Omega Yeatless, but they do decide to take the everlasting neutral objective, the Infernal Drag. Lots more damage onto their team. It's going to be a very good position to find yourselves in. And I gotta say, Cloud Drag for this kind of a team is terrifying for Team XYZ, because look at this. Omega Yeatless just able to do so much to this bot lane. Seems like nothing that KiwiKemin ever does is ever going to matter
need
until
to
you get to the
rotate.
later stages, until you can team fight, until you can do something about this Viego on your face at all times.
They need to rotate. They need to get Kiwi coming out of the bot lane now, and before it gets too disastrous. I mean, that turret was already gone. We saw 3 of them hitting it beforehand. They go and take the dragon. Of course they're going to come back. You have no flash, no cleanse. They need to get Kiwi out of the bot lane insanely fast and get him out of there. It should have been already into the mid lane with Reeve, already showcasing that they're looking to make a repeat of what was going on in game number 4. Meanwhile, Rift Herald's going to be started up, already bound to about 5k HP. Nobody on the side of Omega Heatless have known that it has been started, but they are probably a little bit aware. Captain Tomato Tom going into the jungle though with Titan. I can't see what's happening, but they're engaging onto the Viego and they get their shutdown, and it goes over to Tomato Tom. Jax, definitely someone who you want to be able to have that shutdown gold. They pick up the Rift Herald as well, looking to potentially drop this one mid lane, and it's Titan going to continue to zone out in this jungle. They could take this turret possibility. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was able to land straight onto, I believe, the Varus, but nothing realistically can come up with that. The turret ends up falling. They didn't need to use the Rift Herald, and they can continue to just move on to the next objective.
Yeah, as we continue this game, it is just going to be these solo laners on the side, as right now, you know, the Kassadin and the Fiora are slowly becoming bigger and bigger problems for Team XYZ. Yes, you're getting these objectives. You're getting the Rift Herald. You're getting some tower gold. But, I mean, it's definitely going to be difficult the later and later that this game goes. You have the Jax to deal with one. But who deals with the Kassadin on the side? Is it going to be kept with the Malzahar? I mean, you've got the way clear to deal with that at the very least, but you're not going to be able to win that 3v3 against the Leona, against the Ashe, against the Viego, as we've seen time and time again. Kiwi Kemin, no matter how much that XYZ put into this bot laner, no matter how much effort you put into keeping this Varus alive, through no fault of his own, Kiwi Kemin will be dead at the beginning of almost every one of these fights, because Omega Yeatless have such a beautiful composition for making sure he doesn't get to play the game.
And swapping a little bit too far forward in the river, trying to claim up some vision. We still have 2 minutes before the dragon, so don't get a little bit too overzealous there. And now recalls are going to get started on up for the mid laner and the jungler. Maybe looking to cancel one of them. They do. The Kassadin recall that ends up getting canceled out has a turret, but I don't know if you're too confident in that one. Great engaged stun, chains of corruption. That's how you deal with a Kassadin. That right there is how you deal with a Kassadin. Now is going to be put extremely, no, not extremely, but very, very far behind, as much, basically as far as behind as they can put a Kassadin right now. That has 2 items close to being completed. They reset that Dark Seal that was, I believe, only sitting at 1 stack. So, but right now they're gonna push this on into a mid lane prio. Give a little bit of more gold into the pocket of Jax. They're gonna push be a solo lane presence, pushing out that bot side, and they put Kept once again responding to this Fiora. Now, if we've learned anything from game number 4, Kept did not have a phenomenal time responding to the split pushing Fiora.
Yeah, I mean, Kept the last time around was on the Ziggs. Doesn't really have too many ways how to deal with that split pushing Fiora. This time on the Malzahar, at the very least, Nethergrass, let me just say it, if you somehow get your Nethergrass reposted, your opponent deserved it.
Skill issue?
You will lose that fight, but honestly, you got outplayed, right? King Coney, on the other hand, looking to just not do anything too crazy just yet. Just make things very, very simple and just be like, you know what? I'm going to play the side lane. I'm going to pick up a Triforce sooner or later here. I'm just going to take down these towers. There's nothing that they're going to be able to do to me. But in the meantime, Sloppy Joe going to continue to farm up to the point of relevancy on this Kassadin. And until the man picks up Azanias, it's really not going to be very easy to play a lot of these fights because of the point and click stun into Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Look at that
Nethergrasp is likely going to be getting used onto champions like the Fiora, like the Viego, but there's still a lot of lockdown on a side lane that Slappy Joe will have to be dealing with. But level 11, one step closer to that level 16 dream as that Rod of Ages continues to scale up.
Look at this. Pure, beautiful League of Legends coming out of Team XYZ as they push out the bot side, they push out the mid lane. Jax keeping Fiora busy in the top side. That just opens up this dragon. They're going to be sitting at 2 dragons. They're going to be able to clean up the third one here very shortly. Nether Grass does have the flash on away from it. The Sword first going to come down and Change Crusader was going to be able to land up the Malzahar too. The Fiora is getting Ignite ticked away. It realistically should not be enough to get the kill though. They're not going to be able to find anything in the bot side, but they were able to burn out. I believe, no, King Coney actually did not flash. Okay, so they burned a lot of CDs, and they didn't realistically get anything. Okay, not that impactful, but, you know, you've shown that you can win a team fight against this Omega Yeatless team, so, if anything, yeah, you've at least got that gun in foot.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, side laning has been going particularly well for Tomato Tom on the Jax. I honestly don't think that Fiora will win in the 1v1 right now, as there's quite a bit of gold onto this Jax here. But the Baron slowly going to be getting started up here. No way for Omega Yeatless to really win this one out, but they're starting to fight.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Shroud out of Reeve going for this. With Captain Smartfuls, I think has 2 smite proxies. He smited that one a little bit early, trying to get a little bit of extra damage down. The Baron does pull on in everything. King Coney into the bot side is trying to pull somebody, but nobody's taking the bait. Flashing on in forward. They found Ratchet. It's now going to be a 3v4. They can send Jackson to the side lane to respond to the Fiora. They have the numbers to be able to win this one out, and they have that Nether's Grass is going to be back online here very, very shortly. I'm looking at Barco Ducto with that enchanted Reeve. Just going to go Shroud for him just to be able to scare everyone away. And they decide they got to pick. They got what they realistically. They're not going to force and pressure anything. Honestly, if you're a Mega Yeatless though, you get the better half of that trade out.
Yeah, I mean, 1 kill onto your support for a tier 2 tower. I'll take that one absolutely any day. I believe King Coney is very, very close to finishing up that Triforce. The moment that the Triforce is completed, should be able to do all right into Tomato Tom on that side lane. But it's a matter of finishing just at least a half step more of an item before you can really fight this Jax, as it's relatively difficult to outstat stick a Jax the later stages of the game. But at the very least, when you're Fiora, you got true damage out the wazoo. You have a way how to always deal with that Counter-Strike. Do you play it well enough? But with Reeve on the bot side, there's immediate pivot over to the Baron.
They have enough damage to burst this though. They take it extremely slow. Like, they take it super, super slow. The Viego's already going to be there. Change Crusader was going to be able to find Captain Starforce. They're looking for a turn into the mid lane, though. If we can get on to their Tomato Tom, onto King Coney, to looking to get that snare up, but it's not going to find much of anything. Engage on to tighten us. Now, Ratchet has found themselves in a 4v1 situation on the Leona. Realistically, not where you want to be. But, dude, another turn for the Baron? I'm not liking it. They need more than one pick. Honestly, they just take this so slow. Like, I swear to God, my grandma can pull out of the driveway faster than they take this Baron.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. XYZ have a very slow Baron take with this team composition. They don't really have the opportunity to get a huge amount of the burn damage in, but what they do have is a very healthy Baron take. Kep's now on the back foot.
Does not have flash. Slappy Joe, you're not going to be able to run away. Starforce coming in. Nether Grass into the Chains of Corruption, but that's a reset for the Viego. They're putting out the damage, though. Rave trying to get a kill onto KUE Kemin. Flashing forward is Barco Duck, able to get the kill off with the W. Starforce trying to trade out at least onto this enemy AD carry, and he's able to find the kill. Barco Duck has the capability of being able to kite this. It is an Ash, but Tomato Tom is 1v1ing the support in the meantime. No one else is coming on up, and Barco Duck is winning out the better half of this trade. They're going to turn their sights onto Ratchet. One more stun opportunity to be able to complete this, and they get the kill. Tomato Tom going on a killing spree. Maybe not on the Rumble, but this time onto the Viego. Meanwhile, into the mid lane, it's just Titan trying to keep King Coney from taking this mid lane turret. Is in lethal range, though. Don't wait. They're starting the Baron again.
Yeah, like I was saying, right? They have a very slow Baron take, but they have a very healthy Baron take here.
TP.
Meantime, King Coney, oh my god. Man's constantly fighting it out here. And you cannot sneak a Baron against Ashe. You absolutely physically cannot sneak it. They will always know it is happening here. And Barco Duck, with the good game sense, always going to be able to keep an eye on them here. And there's a lot of pressure being put onto Omega Yeet List with this Baron takes, but XYZ just don't have the damage to truly threaten it.
Now there's Grafs online. If they decide to look for something, the Stormfire is going to come out maybe a little bit too early. Change the Corruption though, but they're able to find the Malzahar. That's the CC. That's the lockup. That's a reset. And maybe sticking around under that tower a little bit too long. I mean, that one was gone. All 5 members are there. That tower's not living at any sort scenario. They can't fight this dragon.
Yeah, they cannot fight this dragon. Omega Yeet List, on the other hand, absolutely going to fight the dragon. Going to be able to melt that one. Omega Yeet List have damage on damage, I'll tell you that one. Especially as I think Sloppy Joe's picking up a full-on Malignance on top of all the mana items that he already has. Like, I was fully expecting a Zhonya's, right, for these fights, but instead Slappy Joe just says, what if I just get more damage, right? What if I get even more mana for more damage, and on top of that, more survivability by stacking it up with that Seraph's Embrace here. But in the meantime, Omega Yeet List still really playing around their win condition of split push until the game ends here. King Coney now very, very strong on this Fiora on the side. Doesn't really matter that Tomato Tom has that Frozen Heart because the Fiora has so much true damage that you really can't deal with that on a side lane.
No, it's going to be really hard. They're sending the Jax, realistically, the best kind of angle you have. If you are XYZ, the only one who, in my opinion, can do the most. Maybe they found King Coney, though. Face Challenge comes on out. Parry, Ignite ticking away. They can't kill him, man. They can't kill him.
Yeah, I mean, they decided, all right, Tomato Tom is going to have a little bit of a tough go at King Coney here. But at the very least, you know, we have Titan to make things way, way easier. If you lock up the Fiora with the Alistar, it should be fine. But then King Coney just gets on out anyway. No flash available, still able to leave. The only thing popped is the Grand Challenge, and the Baron's still not able to be locked up.
Oh, if Air comes out, Chains of Corruption, they get the chain CC onto Kiwi-Kevin, and he ends up falling. This is just disastrous for XYZ. They're trying time and time again to force this Baron, but it's not working. It's not happening, and Omega Yeet List are continuing to punish it, and now have a Baron angle themselves.
Yeah, and here it is. The only one alive is Tomato Tom, and we've seen Tomato Tom make these game-saving plays time and time again, but King Coney on the back going to be able to make sure that there's no chance for the Jax to do it. Actually, might even looking to fight the Jax, but here we go. Baron being taken out here. Slappy, Reeve, and Barco Duck, the 3-man squad, gonna be able to take this Baron faster than the entirety of XYZ could ever dream of. And there it is. Baron for Omega Yeet List, and much more importantly, the gold lead finally going to the side of Omega Yeet List.
Yeah, and it's starting to look a little bit in turmoil if you are XYZ. They're gonna eventually get outscaled. I mean, Kassadin's at level 16, not really extremely fed, but doing more than the Malzahar so far right now, and XYZ just getting shut down left, right, and center. The engages out of Omega Yeet List are just 10 times better. If you are XYZ, you need to find a way to fight grouped. You had phenomenal fights off the Nevers Grass earlier, where you chain CC'd onto the Kassadin and you killed him. Instead, we're focused so much on this Fiora. Our sights are so turned on trying to shut down King Coney. We've committed so much to getting this kill into the bot side that the whole top side just keeps getting opened up. Wherever King Coney is, we commit so much to it that on the opposite side, Omega Yeet List finds so much. Meanwhile, Nevers Grass, here we go. It's a great engage. It's onto Ratchet, but a kill is a kill. The support is going to end up falling before the... We still got a minute 22 for the Dragon. So Ratchet will be back on into the fight. Meanwhile, now we can say this. Meanwhile, Kassadin's running down the bot side. Fiora's running up the top side. You get a kill into the support, and they are killing your base.
Yeah, and this is the Omega Yeet List Classic, always having an answer here. And Slappy Joe, no chance in hell can kept lock down the Kassadin. But who cares about lockdown when you're going straight up for the trade? Goodbye, Kiwi-Kevin, as King Coney's just going to continue to push down this top tower. And once again, meanwhile, Omega Yeatless looking for more towers on the side, looking for more objectives. This is why this team is the comeback team. They always have the macro plays to try to get something out of every single kill. Every single death always turns into some kind of an advantage. I mean, the positioning for this team is so good here, but in the meantime, Volibear in a lot of hurt.
They walk into the jungle while Kept is recalling, and then that's going to give them a man advantage, Omega Yeatless, and they take it perfectly, and they abuse the ever-living crap out of it, going in before this dragon fight, and now they're going to be able to pick up a free soul point, Omega Yeatless. It's Jax, Tomato Town pushing out the top side, but there's realistically that's about all he could do. Kassadin's going to end up being responding, but I mean, Kassadin can win this 1v1, I feel like, if the stun does not end up landing. This Jax has 3 items into the back pocket, but none of them, except that Negatron Cloak, are MR. Sloppy Joe is going to be able to dodge up the stun, maybe looking for an all-in now. But Kept is lingering around. They see that the pings are coming on out. Kiwi Kemen first to burn out the flash, first to burn out the cleanse. Reeve is continuing to run it down. Never's Grass. Captain Star was able to find the kill. Sloppy Joe coming on over is able to find with Barco Duck the kill on to the Malzahar. Meanwhile, Fiora is ending the game bot side. Titan, the only one realistically there to be able to respond. The Enchanted Crusader is going to be able to help find up and lock up this Jax. Starfall's trying to do his best to be able to peel, but the Zenith Blade onto Tomato Tom flashes in. Grandmaster Arms on the Barco Duck, who's going to be able to flash of their own just to be able to try and live it on out. But Tomato Tom is able to kill, able to get the shutdown. So first going to be able to come out, stun him up. Can't find a stun up of his own. Looking to be able to find a 2v1, but no. Shutdown on over, and it's disastrous for XYZ as they lose out their base. They lose out topside. They lost the dragon. At this point, all that's left is to lose the game.
Yeah, and right here, right now, is exactly what I was talking about at the very beginning. Cilantro, I mean, Kassadin, level 17, has very much passed that level 16 win condition here. I mean, one of 2 champions in the game where hitting level 16 really changes the champion's dynamic entirely. The other being Kayle, but both of these champions being so unbelievably unstoppable once you get to those points here. And it feels like Kept just has not found a way to keep up in the slightest. And you can see Sloppy Joe doesn't even care, just going straight for the Rabadon's death cap, not even going to be looking to pick up that that Zhonya's anytime soon. But every single member of Omega Yeatless has been a threat in this game, and it has gotten more and more terrifying. Ratchet has died multiple times in these fights, but always able to burn multiple cooldowns from the side of XYZ. And as always, Omega Yeatless always putting themselves in good positions to punish any sort of rotation from XYZ. King Coney right now playing the bait, understands that he's the only real play on the map for XYZ to go for, and here we go.
We're going to be saying, meanwhile, look at the mid lane collapse. You get a shutdown onto the Fiora, but you're going to lose a middle inhibitor in the meantime. And they can turn around and look to be able to go for the Baron. Tomato Tom maybe trying to find a stun up, heroic play, but is not going to be able to. Titan coming on over, but the Solar Flare is going to be able to stun him up for the meantime. It's slow, and the Captain Starfall is going to be able to deny that engage. They're retreating to the Baron, but this may be leading XYZ exactly where they want to go. They want to go for this Baron, but Reeve is still sticking around. Is barely, I think it's spotted for a slight second there on the ward, and that will be knowing that he is sticking around trying to find some sort of angle. Baron is going to be up in about 15 seconds. Omega Yeatless, you have a 20-second timer to kill this, and it takes you like 40 seconds to kill it.
Yeah, I mean, XYZ just... Now, at the very least, they do have the burn from Liandry's. They do have a little bit more of that percent health damage with that Varus. So, at the very least, this Baron goes down a little bit faster than we've seen before, but Omega Yeatless on the side...
And so is the Fiora into the Crusader Arrow. Baron's down to about 3k. Will it end up falling? Reeve goes in over the wall. Not able to steal it, but they get stunned up. Never's Grass straight onto Sloppy Joe. Just going to give it for the engage straight onto Kept. It's to kill onto Reeve, though, but it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Tomato Tom trying to find Barco Duck.
Fiora
falling. It's a 3-kill to massacre. But the health bar is Titan, and it's just up to Captain Starfalls. They're all falling apart. Sure, you got the Baron, but you have no one left alive to do anything with it. Omega Yeatless looking to fight fight phenomenally and move on to the finals. Cassidy already TP'd into the bot side, knowing it's the closest wave, knowing it's their closest key to victory, as it's all over, as Omega Yeetless take it in a best of 5 series, gone over to Game 5 series. Your undefeated champion, well, technically undefeated, but your defending champions, Omega Yeetless, are returning to the Titan Immortal League Finals.
And Omega Yeetless do it again. Pushed to the brink by Team XYZ here, going to be able to punch their ticket into the finals. But Team XYZ brought them all the way to the edge there. I mean, Tomato Tom on that Rumble was a huge boon for them in this series. The Rumble finally banned away, and the Jax just wasn't able to do the same magic that the Rumble could. Kept on the Malzahar, able to lock up Slappy Joe in the early stages of the game, but the moment the Kassadin got to level 16, there was just so little that Kep could do to keep him from just destroying the backlines of the team. The Kassadin in round 5 of Game 5 is an absolutely insane madman pick from Slappy Joe here, but it works out in the end. And Bark, Go, Duck, and Ratchet once again playing to continue this constant CC chains onto Kiwi Kevin. And despite the fact that Kiwi Kevin's been playing very well on the Varus, incredibly well on the Draven that we saw in game number 1, just so little that you can do into that much CC. And in the end, it is going to be Reeves Viego, I'd honestly argue, holding down the fort in that early to mid game for Omega Yeetless, bringing them all the way to Game 5, and not just that, all the way to Grand Finals, where they face off against Drop Dead Gaming. And this is going to be a match for the ages.
Big upset there. Kuma Sai's losing out 3-0. I mean, we were all expecting the Immortal League Finals to be Akuma v Omega Yeetless. Both teams going undefeated in the regular season, but Drop Dead put out a statement. Now, if they are able to upset a team like Akuma Sides, I'm just saying, going up against Omega Yeetless, I mean, it's quite possible they could pull off another upset. But that Drop Dead team, they have been fighting battles from the beginning of the regular season. They've been fighting battles from the beginning of these playoffs. It's been nothing but an uphill climb for them. Fighting Art of War all the way to a Game 5, then going up against Akuma Sides, which they took 3-0. And now they have to go up against Omega Yeetless. I mean, if Drop Dead Gaming are able to take this finals, I gotta tell you, it's gonna be one for the ages. But huge congratulations to our winners of Omega Yeetless returning to the finals. I don't realistically, this is only my third split here at Titan, so I don't know if we've had repeats before. So, but if we have not,
I'm sure we've had repeats here and there.
We might have.
What I will say, right? Omega Yeetless making it all the way to the finals, super cool to see, right? But that being said, Team XYZ making it all the way to semis in your, inaugural split, your rookie split as a team here in Titan, bringing Omega Yeetless all the way to Game 5 is such an accomplishment here. I want to make sure that none of these players leave here disappointed tonight, because that was a banger of a series. And the fact that they managed to bounce back after that Game 2 is incredible.
Yeah, I agree. XYZ, I want to see you more next split. Please come back so we could watch you guys, make it a revenge tour. You to come back to the finals once again. For now, we have to say goodbye, but in your rookie season, you made one hell of a debut, and nobody is doubting your capabilities anymore. But we've got an Omega Yeetless player to go for an interview. So when we come back, Anti will be on the desk talking to somebody from Omega.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain if we've got the interview prepped and ready just yet, but if we are going to interview, then we'll be in interview. But in the meantime, thank you everyone for tuning in. Make sure to watch the rest of the Titan Esports broadcast throughout the week. If we do come back for an interview, you'll have quite a bit of extra little fun to go through as we interview the winners. But if we don't, make sure to catch us on the flip side, as Grand Finals is going to be coming up next week.
you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the end of the day after we've had our banger of a 5-game series for the Immortal League semifinals. Joining me today is King Coney, the top laner for that is certainly not King Coney on the graphic, but King Coney for the top laner for Omega Yeatless here. And I gotta say, first and foremost, King Coney, congratulations on making it back to the finals. And on top of that, what is going on in your team's logo? I gotta know.
All right, we'll start with the logo. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, I expected to be here again. For the logo, it is just, we kind of just make a random name. And like for last season, it was Mario Kart 7, and we kind of had a weird graphic with a bunch of us. There's a bunch of things that in this one doesn't have as many. I would say this one, to me, the background's the Albanian flag, and the logos on the bat and the hat are the Omega logo, which we only have for Titan. And then the face is Sems, and then we have the same team in Aegis, but it's just different people. Like I think the face is Ivar in Aegis, or I forget if it's Flay or not, but it's one of those guys. And then we have just different logos. But yeah, it's kind of all over the place. This one only has really one real thing. It's like the flag and the logo, and then that's my face on the bat. That's my face in a picture, and they're just joking that we're hitting a home run because we're getting yeeted out of these leagues after we win it again. So,
I mean, makes sense. At the very least, we're not going to be yeeting you out for having all 5 members with the same name this time. Thank you for last season, by the way. Now, I will say, right, speaking of all over the place, that series was a little bit all over the place. Now, both going into and exiting game 2, how was the mental, and how was it, like, how did it change after that game?
Going into game 2, kind of yelled at my team after we lost. I was letting my anger out after lost a close game 1. It was just definitely a super close when it came down to a few small mistakes, or a bunch of small mistakes. But then going into game 2, we have faith in each other, so regardless of whether we're upset at each other for a certain game, we just go on, move on to the next. We know each other pretty well. So game 2, we went in, locked in. Obviously, the early game went really well, and we did not stop there. Kind of ended immediately. So we're not messing around there.
Sometimes that is just kind of how the cookie crumbles. I mean, game number 2 going down in history as the fastest game in the Immortal League. I'm not sure, but it might actually be one of the fastest games in Titan, I think, barring one, 15-minute surrender. But, outside of that, I believe, the fastest game in Immortal League history, which is, you know, particularly fun of a stat to have. But on top of that, so game number 2 went particularly well, and moving into the rest of the series, I was seeing that you in particular were having a lot of trouble with Tomato Tom's Rumble. So how was that going, and how did you feel that you were going to prepare for that one?
Game 2, obviously he played Rumble, and obviously I did fine. You know, it went well. Game 3 and 4, I think he just played a lot slower, and he just made sure he wouldn't get behind, and then we would take, I think, poor fights, whether it was me or me and Jungle would just try and force something, and I think that's when he got a lead, and he played really well at running with it. He made himself very not vulnerable to like giving shutdowns or dying, especially, I mean, after the game 2, obviously he died a lot, but game 3 and 4, he played really, really well. Game 4, we kind of got lucky. We're not lucky. We definitely stalled the game out really well, game 4, and it was looking bad. The game 4 was looking bad. I was super behind. I was tilted, and I was like running it down. You know, I was just controlling my team, but I was able to just relax and then slow down the game I think we struggled because we kept playing their game. We kept seeing plays where they were 5-man grouped, trying to salvage something, make something out of nothing, and it would just be an even bigger setback. And that's really where I think his Rumble took off, because he would have a small lead, and all these plays that we would try and force would really just amount to him having a massive lead, and he was like unkillable. You know, he was playing really, really well in the Rumble.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the Rumble played hot, but in the end, you were the team that came out on top, and coming out on top in game 5, definitely gonna be feeling good here. But now that you've gotten past Team XYZ, my big question is, how do you feel you're going to be doing against Drop Dead Gaming? Because, you know, Drop Dead Gaming 3-0ing the Akuma sides, a team that I think almost everyone expected the Akuma sides to be the team that you are going to be facing in the finals. So now that you're going up against Drop Dead Gaming, does that change up a few of the plans? Or, you know, are you worried at all? Or do you have anything in particular where it's like, what do you have to say now that you're going up against Drop Dead Gaming?
Against Akuma, because we know a lot of them. So that would have been cool. And Riddy's one of my good friends, so would have been definitely fun to play against them. However, now we gotta just take Drop Dead out back. You know, do what we did to him already once this season. We 2-0'd them pretty dominantly. It was not very close. I don't think it will be any different in finals. I think XYZ was the best matchup for us, at least that we were going to have played this split. And I've never said we're not gonna 3-0, so I feel like I gotta keep the stigma on. I'm gonna 3-0.
Oh baby. All right. I mean, the 3-0 prediction coming on out from King Coney, and congratulations, King Coney, for making it all the way to the Immortal League Grand Finals once again. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this interview. And make sure to tune in next week as we stream the Grand Finals for the Immortal League of Titan Esports. And I gotta say, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, production, as always. And thank you to our sponsor, ProCons, for making all of this possible. But y'all take care and have a nice one.